Anyway. Okay, where was I going? Oh yeah, right. Finally next week. Yeah, next weekend, yeah. Next weekend we are finally getting the next Tera raids. It's been a while, right? It's been like a month. It feels like a month. Maybe I don't think it's been a month. It has been a month. It's been close to a month. Well, it will have been about a month since we had new raids. So yeah, but we're finally getting it next week. It's gonna be the Iron Treads and Great Tusk raid. It took long enough. It's taken so long that now I'm just kind of like, eh. Can we get something else instead? But I guess some people will want to do it. I mean, they're both useful Pokemon, so why not? Hey, Chloe. What's this little guy doing? Oh, he's just a worm. Yeah, I'm just running around the desert right now, trying to figure out what I want to do today. I don't know if I want to just go farm or if I actually want to go and, like, you know, do raids and stuff. Hey, look, those women are wearing the same thing. Look, see? Green top and, white shorts. Some might say they are twins. I kind of want to just... I've been slowly leveling up all of my extra little people that I brought from Pokemon Home, but I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and be like, here, let's just give you some candies. Because, see, I've been doing that. And it hasn't been bad. It's been fine. Like, these guys, they're already EV trained and everything. I think they're already... I don't think any of these guys need to be hyper trained. I haven't even checked. Let me look. Because I can go hyper train them real quick if needed. No, hyper train, no, good there, good there, good there. Yeah, everybody's good. Okay, so yeah, I can just give them all a bunch of candy and we're fine. Alright, where's my candy? Because we need more candy. Alright, let's see. Oh, we're already maxed out on mediums. Okay, we gotta use some of these. And there's Hammer with the YOLO. You're actually awake, it's amazing! You're in here late, man. Here. Oh, look, and there's Dre Dingle. Straight from the city of Degatroit. And Moni Baroni. The whole gang's here! Who are we missing? Where's Maroon? Maroon, otherwise known as... Where's Comrade? When you got, oh, somebody has to call Comrade. We gotta call him up. Like, hey man, where you at? It's like, I'm dodging explosions, man. I ain't got time to watch the stream. Only the old school people will get that joke. Everybody else is like, what? Dodging explosions? It's an old joke. Well, I mean, it's a joke now, but at the time that it actually happened, it really wasn't a joke. It was kind of like, oh my god. For those who don't know, our buddy Comrade is actually from Lebanon. And a couple of years ago, they had a pretty nasty explosion out there. I mean, it was bad. It was like somebody dropped a bomb, like a big bomb. Yeah, if you don't follow the news or anything, yeah, go type into Google Lebanon, explosion, and you'll probably get the story. That's pretty insane, man. I was wondering why I'm getting into leather making. I'm thinking of taking a class. So you're gonna be making chocolate and leather? You know, like, I'm gonna make leather chocolate. I'm gonna make chocolate that look like leather, and leather that look like chocolate. So you'll be eating them. You're gonna be eating both of them. Dre's gonna be like, let me get some of that other, man. Everybody knows Dre is really into leather. That's his thing. And Moni just over there just munching cheese, hoping people don't pass out at his work. I saw your message. in the Discord about somebody passed out at your job, and it's not very warm where you are either, man. I know it's not. Well, I mean, compared to where I am, it's not very warm, but yeah, yeah. Moni's over in the Netherlands, which is generally a cooler, you know, climate. But apparently, when he was at work the other day, somebody passed out, heat exhaustion. So that's always a little scary because you never know. I mean that happens here actually somewhat often because I mean we're in Texas, so yeah, things like that are gonna happen. Let's see. I'm seeing Moni should make chocolate cheese. No, I don't think those two things really go together. Yeah, I don't think chocolate and cheese are really. I mean, both of them are good in the right way, but putting them together, I don't think so. Chocolate cheese. Of course, Dre would tell us to make chocolate cheese. Don't make that chocolate cheese, man. Oh my gosh, look at these humongous dudes. There's 3 of them. They're like, hey, where's that chocolate cheese at? See, you talk about chocolate cheese, and now suddenly you get a bunch of these dudes. Where the chocolate cheese? Give it to me. you need a new wallet. So you're taking up leatherworking just because you need a new wallet? There are less expensive ways to get a new wallet. I still have the same wallet that I've used for years. That's generally how most men are. The wallet I actually have, though, was free. And I remember it was free because this was years ago, like 10 years ago plus. Like 10 years plus. I was doing... this was back in my time of when I was doing a lot of writing, and also when I was doing Amazon reviews, which kind of worked with writing. And this was back in the day when me and a handful of other people, we had our own little like review group. And I don't think I've ever really told you about this. Have I told you about this? But when I did reviews for Amazon, probably not. But yeah, like 10 plus years ago, I used to do, me and a handful of other people, we used to do reviews for Amazon products. And it was cool because this was back when people wanted to have their item reviewed, they would just send it to us. We didn't have to buy it or anything. Like, here you go. I want to send you this. Just give me an honest review. I'm like, okay, cool. It got very hot. It was 30 degrees. 30 degrees. Well, yeah, 30 C is pretty warm. Well, the wallet I want is 2,000. So, oh my God, Hammer, a $2,000 wallet. But anyway, yeah, I used to do Amazon reviews. I used to write them up and stuff, and I'd even tell the people straight up, be like, look, you can send me your product and I will use it and I will review it, but it will be an honest review. And it was a weird sort of time because, as you probably know now, if you go like to Amazon and you see a lot of those 5-star reviews, you can tell very well, at least I can tell, because I used to do them, but you can tell which ones are fake and like which ones are bought and which ones are real. And because of that sort of practice where sellers would basically buy reviews from certain groups of people that were out there, they in fact, I got approached many times where they were like, yeah, we'll send you all kinds of stuff, we'll send you a gift card and everything, just give us a 5-star review. And I'm like, I don't work like that. And they're like, we'll send you, other free stuff. And I'm like, nah, it doesn't work like that. It's like, you send me your stuff, that's fine, but I'm going to tell people in my review that you all sent it to me and that I got it for free, but I'm going to give an honest review. I'm not going to lie. If your product sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. Yeah, and then after that, a lot of the sellers just wouldn't contact us because they knew they could always get somebody else who didn't have any ethics, and they could just, be like, oh, well, let's just send them to this other person who will give us our 5-star reviews. But yeah, my group didn't do that. We still got some really nice stuff, though. Yeah, got some pretty nice stuff. And one of the things I got was a wallet. And I still have it. and I still use it. So yeah, it's like a 10-year-old wallet, but it's still in really, really good shape. So yeah, that's how I got my wallet. I got a few other things too. Some of the stuff is a little high price, some of it not so high price. But the wallet, I think, was probably the one thing I pretty much use it every time I go out. Right? Got to take your wallet with you. So yeah, that's why I still have the wallet, still use it, still good shape. Yeah, what is the topic about? Oh, I was just saying about how I used to do reviews for Amazon, and everybody else's. The Hammer was talking about how he wants to get into leatherworking because he wants to make a wallet. Moni was talking about how somebody passed out at his job because it was 30°C over there where he lives, and that's not, that's actually really, really warm where he is. His climate's a little different than where I live. And then Jerry was talking about chocolate cheese. It's 30 degrees outside. Keep in mind it's always a couple degrees higher inside. Dang, man, you work like in a factory, or, cheese factory jokes aside, do you like work like in a warehouse or something? Because I've actually had jobs like that. When I was much younger, I had a job where I was working in a warehouse, and it was actually kind of a fun job. But yeah, it was really warm and it was dusty. It was so dusty in there. Like, we would be in there all day doing our shift, and then we'd go home, and of course, you're all sweaty and everything. You want to take a shower, so I'd go and take a shower, get all the dirt and everything out, and we would have breathed in so much dust, like it's like black dust. It's really nasty. Where you could go and like blow your nose, and the excrement from your nose was just all black. Is disgusting. That's why I didn't stick with that job, because I'm like, that's kind of unhealthy. Because you can do that for a little bit and you'll probably be fine, but if you do that every day for an extended period of time, you're gonna get sick. It wasn't like coal dust or anything. It was just very dusty because it's a warehouse. That's just kind of how those places are. Yeah, there's lots of machinery around saws, mills that helps increase the temp. Yeah, that's true. You get all that extra equipment running. I'm actually in the middle of something like that right now too. Because again, we're in the summer months now here in Texas, and like yesterday especially, it got really warm inside my apartment. It was like uncomfortable warm. Like right here by my computer, it was 83 degrees. And yes, I really do have thermostats and stuff hanging around my apartment. I really do. Like my fan that I have here that I'm using right now, it has a thermostat on it. That's how I knew it was 83 degrees. Because I had it on and I was like, man, it is warm in here. And for a second, I thought maybe my AC had gone out. And I was like, oh, please, I don't want to have to deal to getting the AC fixed or anything like that. But I went and I checked. AC was actually running and it was cooling. It's just that it's so warm outside. And I'm kind of by one of my bay windows. And unfortunately, they let in a lot of natural light, but it also, lets in a lot of heat. So yeah, it was really that combined with my computer, and I don't have a cheap computer. Yeah, it got really, really warm. So I was like, I'm not gonna mess with the computer anymore today. That's like 28 degrees, 28°C with an AC. Well, again, you have to remember, like I said, I'm right by a window, and unfortunately, the place that I live, the windows are old and they don't really keep the heat out anymore. So. That combined with the fact that it was midday, it was like 2:30 in the afternoon, which is like the warmest part of the day, and the fact that I've got my computer running and my 2 monitors, so yeah, it all that combined made it really warm. But yeah, that's pretty much how it's gonna be from here on out until like November. It's gonna get warm like that, and I don't know if you guys remember when I used to use my my webcam. And I used to do that, and then I just stopped using it. That was the biggest reason why I stopped using it, because especially during the summers, it gets so damn hot. Because not only am I having to deal with the temperature of that, but again, when I was using the webcam, I have to have the lights on. I have to have like a studio light on, and those studio lights get really warm. They get very, very warm. Like if I don't know if you've ever actually used like actual real studio lights. They get hot to the touch. Like if you touch them, you can keep your hand on there for not even a second. And it's like, oh, okay, that's really hot. So yeah, that's another reason why I just got out of the habit of doing the live streams with the cameras, because it's just so darn hot. Like right now, it's okay. I'm at 78 degrees, which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with 78. But I can tell you right now, by the time this stream is over, it's probably going to be like 80, 81 degrees inside where I am. Oh yeah, if you don't have an AC here in Texas, good luck. And there are places like that that still exist here, because a lot of the older houses that were built like back in the 40s and 50s here, they didn't have central heating. A lot of them, they just have window units, which is better than nothing. But I can tell you right now, a window unit is nothing compared to actual built-in, AC units. Oh gosh, they want the chocolate and cheese again. But yeah, it's absolute necessity here. And I think that's probably why the winters here, at least for me, aren't that bad. Because whereas, like, some winter days, it's actually pretty chilly outside, but then when you take into account the fact that it's almost always sunny here, the sun warms it up. Yeah, it's like you can feel it's still chilly outside from the breeze. It's like technically 50 degrees, but you add in the sunshine and it doesn't feel like it. Buying the leather equipment, it comes to $200. But have you actually taken any classes for this leather working stuff? I mean, yeah, because I would advise if you're asking for advice. I don't know if you are or not, but in case you are, I would say take the class first. Or unless the class requires the equipment, which I don't know if it would or wouldn't, obviously, but yeah, I would probably just take the class first unless they require that you have some of the equipment. But yeah, take it first, because sometimes, and I'm guilty of this too. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, I want to do something, like maybe not necessarily a hobby, but something that will take some effort. Like you got to buy a few things, and I'll do that. I'll go and I'll buy all the stuff, and I'll learn how to do it, and then I'm all set to go, and then somebody's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, this is the Red Rooster, and there's Beam. But I would also say this: if that equipment that you're buying, you say it's $200, if that equipment could actually be resold, like say for instance you buy it and you're doing it for a couple months and you finally decide, I don't really want to do this, can you resell it? Or can you return it? Now, of course, I'm sure most places would not want to take a return, especially after it's been used for 2 months, but at the very least, can you resell it? That's what I would think. But again, that's just the business me talking. For all I know, you may actually enjoy it, and 5 years from now, hey, I'm really glad I bought this $200 piece of equipment. It looks fun. I hear it is fun. I've seen people do leatherworking. It definitely takes a talent. And it is hard work. I've seen people make belts. I've actually seen people make drums, like old school drums, where they get the leather and they cure it and everything, and then they put it like in a thin film over this drum and they tack it in and everything. It's really interesting. That includes the leather and tools. But is it good leather, or is it like crap leather? Is it like actual cowhide, or is it like, I don't know, some other hide, like deer hide or something? Is it deer hide that hangs out in the cheese factory? It does look fun, actually. I remember, I don't know if they still offer this. They still offer workshop in high school. Because I remember when I was in middle school and high school, they offered workshop, which workshop is basically it's an elective where they let you work with like tools and stuff, and you get to actually build physical items like chairs and things like that, tables. Other times, like another thing I've seen, some of my friends that took a workshop would make like birdhouses, that kind of stuff. I know it's a bit old school, so that's why I have to ask. I don't know if they still offer that sort of thing, because back when I was in school, that was like a big deal. It was like, okay, you may not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, but can you work with your hands? And so workshop was actually like a legit class. You really learned stuff in it. But the thing is, it was an elective, and if you didn't get chosen, then you didn't get to take it. And every single year that I tried to get it, I never got it. So Moni's like, okay, they still do workshop class. Okay, so they have it over in England. They have it over in Europe. In Hammer, I know Hammer's not too far out of high school, so yeah, they still have workshop. Okay, that's good. I'm actually glad because with everything being super high tech nowadays, everybody's about the iPhones and internet and all that stuff, and that's fine. But again, I'm a little old school like that. I still think it's a good thing to be able to work with your hands, just to be able to build something. You know, you don't have to be like a super expert at it, but as long as you can do it, then it's like, okay, that's cool. Like me, one of the things that I ended up doing, I didn't even try to get into this, it just sort of happened, was I actually know how to work on cars. Again, I wasn't ever trying to, I never really had a passion for it, but just out of necessity. Because when I was younger, uh, all of my friends were like into like the car stereos and stuff like that, and again, back in the day there was like hydraulics for cars and doing all sorts of work and stuff to your car, and I fell in with that group because it was either that or, you know, sell drugs. So I decided to fix cars instead. But yeah, that's how I kind of learned it all. Is you know, we would just go and like somebody would be like, hey man, I got this new set of whatever coming in. Y'all want to come over the weekend? We'll work on the car. Oh, all right, and be like five of us over there, all just working in our homeboy's car, and it was fun. It was cool. It was like hanging out with your buddies, but you were actually doing something productive and learning something. You know, I mean, you can. I figure even, you know, 20 years from now, you're still gonna need to have somebody work on a car, right? So yeah, like when I through doing that, I learned how to change out the brakes on a car. I learned how to do oil changes. Obviously, changing tires, that's like a basic thing. I also learned how to work with suspension a little bit, and I also learned how to put on air shocks, which yeah, I had no idea that they even existed. But yeah, one day a friend was like, yeah, I got my new air shocks. We're like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna go install these. And so we installed his air shocks, and they worked. We are like, yeah. And again, this was before the time of smartphones, so we couldn't just Google a solution. We actually had to go and get, I don't know if I think they still sell them, but back in the 90s and even into the 2000s, I forget what they were called. I forget the actual company that made them. But for whatever car, like model year of car that you had, you could go like to the auto store and buy a book. It was a nice big thick book too, where it did a complete teardown of that vehicle. And they were like $15. You just go in there and buy it, and it could tell you how to repair virtually anything that could possibly go wrong with the car. It could help you switch out the brakes, switch out something as simple as like all the different belts and stuff on the engine. If you wanted to, it actually showed you how to take out and take apart the engine. Yes, I know Google existed, but smartphones were not really a thing then. And of course, everybody's like, oh, I'll just look it up on my smartphone. No, we were old school in that way, man. We would go and we would buy the book. We'd spend the $15. We'd buy the book. And then every time we'd go and work on that friend's car, that friend would break out the book, and we'd just sit there and we'd read it and we'd do it. And we'd do the work. And that's how we learned all that. Sometimes we screwed up, but most of the time it worked out all right. Yes, I know it existed back. Okay, you have to remember something, guys. Back in the late 90s, even back in the late 90s, not everybody had computers. It simply wasn't like it is today. It's not. We're talking 25 years ago, guys. Yes, I'm old, I know. But this was back in the day when computers just weren't as common. They just simply weren't. It's like everybody nowadays, you go like to a friend's home, they have at least one computer and probably at least one smartphone, right? That's just kind of the common thing now. But back then, most people did not have cell phones, even though they were available. They were expensive. That's why most people didn't have them. But there was no internet on the phone. And again, yes, you could get a computer, but remember, you had to still pay for the internet, and it was dial-up internet. It wasn't broadband internet. And so most people just didn't see a use for it at the time. And so we just didn't have it. Because again, back then, we still had books. We would just go buy the manual. And that's what I'm saying. We could just go buy the manual for $15, and there you go. Car's all set. We could just go and get whatever we needed to do, and there you go. So yeah, it wasn't like it is now. Yes, the internet was there, but I mean, even thinking back in 1998, there really wasn't a lot of. I mean, there was some useful data on the internet, but it's not like, again, it's not like it was now. Yeah, if I wanted to find out how to, like, again, going back to the whole car thing, if I wanted to figure out how to change the brakes on a car back in 1998, I can tell you right now, the chances of you actually finding that information on the internet, slim to none. It probably wasn't there. It just wasn't available. Because, again, most of the content that you see on the internet, it was put there by somebody. Somebody took the time to either write up an article or make a video or whatever, you know. Back then, that simply wasn't common. It wasn't a common practice. Not like it is today. Like today, if you need to do something, like if you need to fix your, like, you know, like the drain in your sink or whatever, there's probably, you know, 100 videos on how to do it. Back then, that just wasn't a thing. It just didn't happen, man. Yeah, Google was there, but the proliferation of the information that was on any given search engine just wasn't there. Because, again, even though the search engine was there, the search engine pulls its data based on the available data that's there on the network. And if it's not there, then there's really nothing you can, quote unquote, Google to figure out the answer. So there you go. Cell phones probably were the first electronics. No, they weren't. The first cell phones were so basic, and they were humongous. I've actually held one of the first cell phones, not like the actual first cell phone, but like the first model of cell phone to ever hit the market. I've actually held one in my hand. It was a freaking brick, and I'm not kidding. It was big, it was bulky, it was heavy. The thing, no joke, I think that first phone was like 2.5 pounds. It was heavy. It made phone calls, but that was about it. You could make phone calls and you could get phone calls, but yeah, no internet, nothing like that. Yeah, all that came much later. I'm just trying to get these up to 100 right now, sorry. That's why I'm just killing random things right now. After we do that, we'll go and we'll do some raids. Yes, they were super expensive. Not only were the phones expensive, but the service. The service was so expensive. People always make the joke, oh man, I remember back in the day, I used to have to wait until like after 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night where I could get my free minutes. That's a nice joke, but I remember even further back than that, where I used to wait until after 9 p.m. where I would only pay 2 cents per minute. 2 cents per minute. And that was considered a deal. And my daytime minutes, oh my god. I remember on that particular plan, it was called Off-Peak Plus. And I remember that plan because I sold it to many, many people. Because I sold cell phones when I was a very, very young man. And it was called the Off-Peak Plus. Off-Peak, it was unlimited minutes, but for 2 cents each. And during the day, each minute was 45 cents each. 45 cents for a minute during the day. Yeah, so we pretty much never used our phones during the day, if we could help it. Yeah, cell phone plans were expensive. Like today, you could go get a phone plan for like $15, unlimited minutes, unlimited text, and like a gig of data. Back in the day, it was not unusual to get a cell phone bill just for yourself for like $120, $130 a month. Just for the cell phone plan. That's not even including the phone. And I know some cell phones these days are pretty expensive, like the new iPhones are like $1,000 each. But that's in today's money. Imagine paying $1,000 25 years ago. That hurt. That really hurt. Pagers and beepers? What about pagers and beepers? I did have a beeper. I had that too. Beepers were actually pretty cheap. Even back in the day, they were pretty cheap. You could, because beepers at that point had already been around for so many years that they were relatively cheap. So you could get a decent beeper for like $50. And then the service all depended on who you got it from. Like at the cell phone shop that I worked at, we had beeper service and we charged $5 a month, which was very reasonable. Even back then was very, very reasonable. Beepers do still exist, but they're not, the same as back in the day. What about typewriters? It depends on typewriters. Weren't they invented like in the 1910s or something? I don't really know the complete history of the typewriter. Because I know even when my mother was in school, she took typing. Because back in the day when she was in school, typing was like a big thing, especially for women, because a lot of women back then, of the type of work that they were expected to have, it'd be like secretarial positions, that sort of stuff. So they would be typing a lot. So yeah, she took typing when she was in school. I took keyboarding, but that was again with the proliferation of computers and everything. So that kind of shows you even the generational shift between my mom and myself. They called what she did typing class, and mine was called keyboarding, when essentially it was the same thing. For all intents and purposes, it was the same thing. The only difference is that the interface that we were using was a computer, whereas my mother was using an actual physical typewriter. Richard is old, but not that old. The old Pokemon cards used to be circles. What? Yeah, I'm old, but I'm not that old. The only reason why I may even know what I know about typewriters is because pretty much my entire life I've been an avid reader. I read so much. I read, and I'm really, really big on watching stuff like documentaries and all that. Oh, come on, Groudon. Just turn 100 already, buddy. Here, we're going to put you in the lead so you can get more experience. Yeah, that's the only reason why I know about a lot of that stuff. My first pet was not a dinosaur. I can't even really remember my first pet. I remember my mother telling me that one of the first pets that we had when I was like a very young child was a dog. And I don't even remember the dog. I don't remember it at all. She's like, yeah, you don't remember Prince? And apparently it was like this German Shepherd dog that we had that was named Prince. I don't know why he was named Prince, but he was named Prince. And so I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom. She's like, how can you not remember? I'm like, I'm sorry, I just don't remember it. So apparently we had this dog, and I've seen pictures of the dog too. But again, I just don't remember that. I was too young. I was way too young. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to remember when I was like 2 years old. I'm not going to remember that. One of the first dogs I remember, we had a dog named Sheba, which was kind of a German Shepherd runt, or a German Shepherd mutt, more like it. It's like one of those dogs where it's like you can't really tell what the hell it is. You're just like, well, it's a dog, and it kind of looks like this other dog, but I'm not sure. That's what we had. Great dog, though. I remember that dog to this day. It was a great dog. I love that little thing. And she had puppies. She had lots and lots of puppies because she was a little whore. Yeah, my dog was a little harlot. Now everybody's like, what in the world? You had a whore dog. What's going on? She was. I'm sorry, she was. Because again, we had the dog, but we didn't have a lot of money. It was me, my siblings, and my mom most of the time. And so, we just didn't have money to, get it like spayed and all that stuff. So, yeah. So our dog turned into a little harlot. Oh, I can just go right over here. Let's set that, and I'll fly back over here to Zero Gate. Great dog, though. Really was a good dog. I felt bad because we moved, because we'd had the dog. I remember we had the dog several years, and then we had to move. We were having to move from a house to an apartment, and the apartment that we were moving to didn't allow pets, so we had to surrender our dog. I was so sad. Like, all of us were sad that we had to get rid of the dog. And it wasn't like we gave it to somebody, like a neighbor or anything like that. There was nobody that we knew that could take the dog, so we actually had to surrender it to the city, which, back in the day, there was no such thing as a no-kill shelter. So we probably know what happened to her. But yeah, it's pretty sad. And imagine you got rid of the puppies. Oh yeah, that was one thing that people always wanted was puppies. So anytime they'd be like, "Hey, I heard your dog had puppies. Can I get one?" We're like, "Yeah, sure. Just wait till it's old enough." We had to wait till like 6 to 8 weeks old, and then at that point, we'd be like, "Yeah, sure. Have your pick." And so, and again, the puppies were really great. They were obviously mutts, but they were great little dogs. Like this one guy who got one of the puppies from us, even after we had to get rid of our dog Sheba, he had kept that dog its entire life, and he named it Skipper. And so he had the dog. Where is this thing? Sorry, I'm looking for the. No, get on that. There we go. He had the dog in its entire life, and he had like 14 years. And so, and he would even let us know. He's like, "Oh yeah, the dog's still here. Dog's still doing good." And he kept that dog its entire life, and we're like, "Yeah, that kind of helped us feel a little better about the whole thing." Okay, there is no thingy here. Yeah, see, the ghost thingy is supposed to be right here, and it's not here. Yeah, see, it's not here. Darn thing's broken again. Are y'all getting the 30? No, the Apple Pro Vision. No, I'm not paying $3,500 for that thing. Funnily enough, Facebook, who owns what is the name of that? I can't remember the name of it, but there is a product out there, a virtual reality headset that you can get for like $300. They had actually boosted the price to $400, but then nobody bought it, so they brought the price back down to $300 again. But yeah, you can still get one of those. And one of the big reasons why people didn't even want to buy it, even at $300, was because it required a Facebook account just to use it. So we were like, no, we don't want to have to log into Facebook just to play with our virtual reality headset. Yeah, I think that's what it was called, the Oculus. There you go. Because I remember when it was $300, this was this was like actually pre-COVID. It was like just before COVID hit. It was $300, and I was very tempted to buy one. I was like, "Oh, these actually look kind of good," because I'd known people that bought some, and they were just like, "It's actually not that bad. It's pretty good. $300." And obviously, you can do like your virtual reality games and stuff like that. You can certain other games you could play with it now. Like I know that they made, what was it that? Oh gosh, what was the name of that game? Half-Life. Half-Life Alyx is a virtual reality game that's actually really good from what I hear. And a lot of people used it to play that. There's also a lot of kind of like smaller VR games that you can play, like VR chat games and stuff like that, which look really cool. And then not only that, if you just got bored, you could literally just sit there, put the glasses on, and watch a movie through the glasses. Which actually seems kind of neat. The only thing is, if it's like an action movie, you'd be like, make sure you're trying to get the popcorn in your mouth. Like, oh crap, I missed. Oh no. Looks pretty neat. Resident Evil 4? Oh, okay. I didn't even know Resident Evil 4 did that. But yeah, I was very tempted to get one. And like I said, this was pre-price increase. I think they raised the price because COVID hit, and a lot more people were buying them because, you know, a lot of people were staying home. So they're like, hey, we can get more money out of this. So they rose the price, and then everybody just stopped buying them. Richard, was Atari the first game system? No. The first game system was the Odyssey. Like, major game system, the Odyssey. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was made by Magnavox. Yeah, I think it was the Magnavox Odyssey. That was the very first game system. That came out like in '72. This was way before I was born. But I do know about it. And it was a very basic game. It wasn't even like it's not like the game systems that you know nowadays, like the PlayStations and stuff, where you could get multiple games and, you know, that kind of thing. When you would buy these, generally they would only come with like 1 or 2 games, and that was it. That's all they did. And if I'm not mistaken, the Odyssey came with Pong. It wasn't called Pong. It was just called like table tennis or virtual tennis or something like that. But it was basically Pong. That's really what it was. Yeah, the Odyssey was the first big one, and then the next there was actually a ton of consoles back in the day, like from the late 70s to the early 80s and even into the mid 80s. There were, I'm not kidding, like 100 different gaming consoles because everybody was doing it. Because this was back during the video game craze, the hype and everything, and then there was the crash. But through the craze, there were tons of people, tons of companies just making these gaming systems. One time somebody put an unreleased Pokemon in Pokemon Emerald, which was the red and white Zigzagoon. No idea what that is. Yeah, 1972 was when the Odyssey came out. That was the first major one. There were technically other gaming systems before that, but nothing that was released on a wide scale. Most of the gaming stuff at that time were usually like in universities, and it was mostly just for research purposes. Like Pong had been invented in the 60s. But again, it was at a university. It was mostly for experimentation, and even the controller was basically just this big chunky block that you held in your hand, and I think there was like one button on it, and the way that you would move your character, I guess the flipper in Pong, was it had this little dial that you would move back and forth. It was really weird. It's this big goofy looking controller. It's cool to look at back in the day where you could see where we started and now you can see where we're at. Huge difference. But yeah, I've actually watched a few of those documentaries talking about the early days of gaming. In fact, I'm watching one right now, and I have to watch it in pieces because the darn thing is 6 hours long, where it's the entire history of gaming. Just like video games, not like actual like tabletop games, but just like video games. And that's how I remember, because I only watched this just a few days ago. That's how I remember it was the Odyssey. Oh, crap. I'm sorry. I forgot to go online. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. That's actually bad that I forgot to go online. Because now, when I cancel this, I may actually lose the raid. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah, let me update this. Da-da-da-da-da. Please don't go away, because I forgot to go online. Your first game system was Nintendo with the Mario? The first game system that I got to play was the old school Atari 2600. It wasn't ours, though. It belonged to a friend of ours, and they brought it over. And it was fun. Space Invaders, so fun, dude. Oh my god, Space Invaders was so darn fun. And again, when you look back at that game and compare it to what we have now, it's night and day. It's a completely... I mean, the experience is strangely still very similar, but obviously the graphics and the sound and everything just isn't anywhere near what we have today. But it was still fun. And again, at the time, as kids, this was stuff that we had never seen before at somebody's house. To play it on your own TV was like, whoa, this is awesome. So yeah, we had Space Invaders. We also had, oh my god, of course, Communication Error. What was that other game? Missile Command. Missile Command was so fun. I'm trying to think of some of the old school Atari games. Frogger was pretty good. The Pac-Man port for Atari was awful. It was so bad, but we still played it. And one of the things, I even realized this when I was a kid, was if you'd go to like the arcade, like you had arcade quality games there in the arcade, and they were always saying, yeah, you can play this game at home now. And then we get home, and the game would technically be the same, but it looked completely different. Like it just didn't look anywhere near as good. And I just remember thinking to myself, man, I really want the arcade quality to be here at home. It took so long for that to happen, but it finally did eventually happen. Because some of the old arcade games that I used to play, like I played the original Mario Brothers. Not Super Mario Brothers, but the original Mario Brothers in the arcade. And that game was so fun. It was so addicting. So many quarters just gone. And I wish I could play it again. Because there, I mean, you can get like the home version and play it, but again, it's not the same as the arcade version. It's just not. It looks different, it sounds different. Who is Christian? I have no idea, but they're here. Hello, Christian. Christian actually made a good choice. Yeah, this is a water type, so yeah, that's a good choice. I'm trying to think what other ones. Centipede. Centipede was another game that we played in the arcade a lot. Galaga. Galaga, another game where you could play it at home, but it just was so much better at the arcade. Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong Jr. Those were all games that I played when I was like in single digits as far as age. Yeah, the first console that we got for ourselves, like for our family, was the Sega Master System. And I remember when, because we got it for Christmas, and I remember opening it, and I remember looking at it like, what is this? Because I had no idea what it was. And my brother's like, it's a Sega Master System, dude. It's a game console. I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so we just started playing Sega. And then my brother, like a moron, took it to his friend's house, left it there, and the friend mysteriously lost it. My brother, unfortunately, did that to us several times. Where he would take the console to his friend's house, and then his friend would mysteriously lose it. He did that with our Sega Master System, and he did that with our regular old-school NES. Because we did eventually later get an NES, after our Master System was lost, quote-unquote. And so, I forget who gave it to us, but we got an NES. Same thing happened. Took it to his friend's house, gone. Look at that hacked Giratina. Yeah, it is a shame. There were I think that was the biggest reason why we ended up moving. Because remember, I told you earlier that we moved from a house to an apartment, and we had to get rid of the dog. The neighborhood that we lived in, it was our old school neighborhood, but man, there were a lot of thieves. So many thieves. Even among our friends, there were thieves. It was bad. And I think one of the final straws was my dad, strangely enough, of all people, bought me a Game Boy. And again, this was back in like 1990 or something. He bought me a Game Boy, and these things were expensive. And so he buys me the Game Boy. I get a couple of games, and I'd had it for a long time. But then again, one of my brother's friends, he comes to the house, and he's like, I'm going to borrow this. And I never told him he could. I was like, no. But he took it anyway, and he's like, I'll bring it back a couple days. Never came back. After that, we ended up moving. My mom's like, yeah, we're out of here. We're not going to deal with these thieves. And we did. We literally moved to an entirely different part of the city. We moved from kind of the ghetto-ish kind of barrio place all the way to the south side of Corpus Christi, which back when we were kids was a huge distance. It's only like 20 miles. But again, you know how it is. You can move from one part of the city to another, and it's a completely different experience. Yeah. But it was either stay there and keep getting things stolen from us, and again getting robbed, because we actually did have our house broken into too. And then we moved to the south side, and things just got better. Come on, man, there we go. Yeah, after we moved, we never had anything go missing again. Oh, discharge is disabled. Oh no, okay, Thundershock. And it is a shame, because I can tell you, man, I loved playing that Sega Master System. It was actually better than the NES, I think. Yeah, I remember that the game quality and just the graphics and everything, the colors, the sound on the Master System was actually better. Yeah. Oh yeah, and once we moved away, we never heard from that friend ever again. Actually, I'm lying. We did hear from that friend. I know you're not going to believe me when I tell you this, because it is so ridiculous. But I swear to you, it is 100% true. Again, we moved from like the ghetto area. We moved to the south side, where it was a much better place. And over the years, we just kept doing our thing, you know, going to school and all that. But we had to move every now and then. And one of the things that my brother convinced my mom to do was to move slightly closer back to where we used to live when we were children, because that's where all his friends were, and he wanted to be close to his friends. And so my mom didn't want to move back to like the ghetto area. She's like, okay, we're not going to move back there, but we'll move slightly closer so he could go to the same high school as his friends. That was the compromise they came up with. So we moved over close to, actually not too far from where I live right now. Not too far from the high school that we went to. And so we moved in there. And no joke, we'd been living at that apartment complex not too far from the high school for about a year or so. And at like 3 a.m, we get a knock on our door. And we're there, we're awake because we're kids. And we get a knock on the door, and it's a cop. And the cop's like, yeah, do you guys own this red car out here? And we were like, the little red car? And they're like, yeah, well, yeah, that's our car. That's our mom's car. And he's like, yeah, where's your mom at? We got to talk to her. And my brother and I were already teenagers at this point. And so we have to wake up my mom because it's 3 a.m. So we wake her up. We're like, yeah, Mom, there's a cop at the door. She's like, what'd you all do? We're like, we didn't do anything, we swear. And we're like, no, he just showed up. And she's like, okay. So she has to get dressed and everything. And we go out there with her because, we're curious. And so we go out there with her, and there's another cop out there standing by our car, our family car, and the window's busted open. We're like, God damn it, somebody broke into our car. And that's why the cop is there. But they had actually caught the guy, and he's sitting there in the back of a police car. And so we're there, and we're standing next to our mom, and my mom was talking to the cop and all that. And then this other cop who was talking to the suspect comes over to us, and he's like, do you all know this guy? And we're like, what? And he's like, this guy is over here saying that he knows you all. He gave names and everything. And we're like, what? And so my brother and I, we go over and we see this guy. He's a little bit older than us. He was like 20 or something. And he's a little bit older than us. And we go in there with the cop, and the cop's there with us. The cop goes, hey, you're saying you know these guys. You're lying, man. You don't know these guys. And that guy, who's, again, in cuffs, in the police car, looks at us and goes, yeah, I know those guys. That's Rudy and Rick. They used to call me Rick when I was a teenager. And we just looked, my brother and I just looked at each other like, who the hell is this? And we're like, what? And the cop looked at us and he's like, do you know this guy? And we're just like, we don't know who this dude is. And so the cop brings us back over, and he takes my mom over, talks to her for a little bit. She comes back a couple minutes later, and she's like, you know who that guy is? And we're like, who? She's like, that's your friend Andy from back in the day. Remember him? And we were like, oh. Andy was the friend who had apparently, quote unquote, lost our gaming consoles when we lived in the ghetto. That same son of a biscuit who stole from us when we lived back in the neighborhood is the same guy who later unknowingly broke into our car. The chances of that happening, I mean, our city's not that big, so I'll say that. But it's at the time we were like 250,000, 300,000 people, so it's not a small city, but still, it was the same dude. And we were like, that's Andy? Because we had never known what happened to him, because when we moved, we cut ties with him. We were just like, we don't want to mess with this dude. Yeah. And so I guess Andy was thinking, oh, well, I can just say I know these guys and I can get out of trouble. And so after that, we talked to the cops, and we're like, yeah, we knew him years ago, and he used to steal from us and all that. And they're like, oh, so this isn't anything new. And we're like, nope. And he's like, so do you think he targeted you all? And I'm like, I don't think he would even know where we lived or anything at this point. Because, again, we hadn't heard from him since we had moved all those years before. But, yeah, the cop was like, I'm like looking at my mom, you want to press charges? And my mom's like, hell yes. And my brother and I were like, yeah, let's press some charges. So he went to jail. It was just insane. Did the guy look like Moni? No. He was this weird kind of, I mean, because again, back when you're a kid, you don't realize certain things about people until you get older, like the fact that they might be on drugs. Looking back to when we were kids, I'm pretty sure Andy was hooked on drugs. And so that's why things would always go mysteriously missing and why he always wanted to borrow our expensive things. So yeah, we think he was basically just taking them and then selling them for drug money. No, we didn't. Dude, this was years after the fact. We did not get our consoles back. Those things were gone. Yeah, whenever people steal from you, they don't keep that stuff. They would sell it and move on. Yeah, because when he would steal the consoles from us, I was maybe about 11 or 12, and when he broke into our car, I was about 17. So it had been a few years. That's why we didn't remember him, because again, we had just never thought of him all that time. So no, we did not. We would have loved to have gotten our consoles back, but no consoles. Let's look for him now. I don't even remember his last name. I wouldn't even. All I know is his name is Andy, and I never wanted to hear from him ever again. In fact, after he got arrested and taken to jail that night, we did hear about him one other time, but it was because he got put in jail again. So that's why I'm thinking that he was probably just hooked on drugs. I don't know what drugs, but he was probably hooked on drugs. Because that's what dope heads do. They go and they steal everything they can just so they can get more money. Oh, on the news? No, we heard it from an old neighborhood friend. Because, again, we may have moved away from that ghetto area, but we still had friends that lived there. Like actual friends. People that didn't steal from us. And we would still talk to them every now and then. So that's how we would hear. Be like, oh yeah, did you hear about so-and-so? They ended up going to jail and that sort of stuff. The weird thing is, I think Andy is a cursed name. And this is why I think it's a cursed name. Because not only was there an Andy of this guy who would steal from us all the time, there was another guy named Andy, completely different dude. Nobody liked him because he was a complete and utter butt. I'm saying butt. Because I don't want to... Come on, what is going on? Just let me get in here already. Why does it keep giving me errors? Please, just start the darn thing. There we go, okay. But anyways, there's a different guy named Andy who definitely was on drugs. Again, he was from the old neighborhood. And nobody liked him because he was mean and he was violent. But he always thought that me, my friend George... and a few other people from the neighborhood who actually were cool with each other, he thought that he was our friends. So he would come around. And nobody really ever had the heart to tell him, we don't like you, go away. But yeah, that dude was so screwed up. He was so messed up. He couldn't afford drugs. So he started doing spray cans, like paint. Have you ever seen anybody that actually did that stuff? It's called huffing. Yeah, I'm giving you all an education today. It's called huffing. What they would do, and apparently the gold and the silver paint was the best to do this with. They would go and they would buy or steal a can of spray paint from the store, and they would get like a plastic bag or a paper bag. They'd spray the spray paint in there, and then they would take that bag and use it to cover their nose and their mouth, and then they'd breathe it in. And that's how they would get high. And it was just like, whoa, okay. And there were several times where he would come around the neighborhood and we'd see him and he'd have like gold or silver paint on his face. And we were just like, oh, okay, we know what you were doing, buddy. But yeah, that dude was a straight up criminal. He was a straight up criminal. He would break into houses. He would break in. He wouldn't even hide it. Like one time we were there. I remember this was when I was living with my friend George. And this was back in the neighborhood, but again, this was with cool people that we trusted, so it was all good. And we were hanging out there on George's porch, and it was me, George, trying to remember, I think it was Roger from next door, and another guy named David who was there. He didn't live in the neighborhood, but he would always come visit us. And Andy just showed up, and we were just like, oh, hey, Andy. He's like, hey, what's going on, man? And if you don't know, huffing paint is well known to actually destroy your brain. It literally makes you stupid. And he had been doing it so long, the man was a complete moron. He was one of the dumbest people I have ever met in my life. Like legitimately dumb. because he'd been doing the paint, he'd been huffing paint for so long, because it like I said, it kills your brain. It literally does. And he was just so stupid, we could barely at times understand what he was saying, even when he wasn't high. And that time that he came over, one that I just mentioned, we were sitting there on my friend George's porch. He was like, "Dude, man, y'all got any pot or anything, man?" And we're just like, "Nah, we're just hanging here tonight, dude." And he's like, "Oh, okay." He's like, "Hey, did y'all hear about that guy down the street? He moved out, right?" And we're like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I think that guy down the street moved out." He was talking about some dude that lived like 5 or 6 houses down. And he was like, "Yeah, didn't he move?" And I'm like, "Oh, we didn't hear nothing about that." And he's all, "I'm gonna go look." And again, keep in mind, this is like at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay, that's why we were just hanging out on the porch, because we didn't want to cause no problems, just chilling there and just talking and stuff, not causing problems. So he walks down the street. The dude breaks into the house. He breaks into the guy wasn't there. Okay, I guess he was out, but he breaks into the house and he comes back and he's got like a bag full of CDs and like a radio, and he's just like, "Hey, he wasn't there, but look what I found." And we were just like, "Did you really just break into that dude's house?" He's like, "Ooh," and then he left. And we were like, "What just happened?" Tell me if you can find a Tera that's weak to psychic. Okay. But yeah, the dude just literally walked over to the house, broke into it, stole all the dude's CDs and his radio, and just left. This was a different Andy. This, again, remember, this is a different Andy. This is why I think the name is cursed, because both of these people were terrible people. And no joke, we were just like, because we weren't rats. We didn't like ratting. That wasn't a thing that we did. But at the time, we were just there, like, kind of in shock, like, man, he really just did that. And so he leaves, and like 2 hours later, it was already getting really late. We were getting probably ready to go inside. And the cops start cruising around, and they stop because we're just a bunch of dudes hanging out on a porch in the ghetto. So you know what's going to happen. They're like, "Hey, so we had a break, and you guys wouldn't happen to know anything about it, right?" And we were like, "You know, sir, we actually do." And we were just like, "Screw it." And we totally ratted on him. Totally ratted on Andy. And they were just like, "Did you see him do this?" And we were like, "Well," and we didn't want to like out ourselves for knowing that a crime took place and not reporting it. So we were like, "Well, we did see him come by with a bunch of CDs and stuff in his hand." And they were like, "Oh, okay." And we're like, "Yeah, we thought that was kind of strange that he just walked by with a radio and a bunch of CDs." And the cops like, "That's exactly what they took." And we're like, "Well, there you go. There he is." And they're like, "Do you happen to know where Andy lives?" And we're like, "Yes." So we told them where Andy lived. And we imagine they went over there and arrested him. Yeah, don't name your kids Andy. That's a terrible name. They're going to turn into drug heads and thieves. But yeah, that was this, yeah. And I'm so glad I've never run to either Andy. I've never run into either of them again since then. I'm so glad, because they were just horrible people. Like, you hear about people who just kind of do terrible things and that sort of stuff, but these are people that just constantly did terrible things. Like, they were completely unscrupulous. Their mothers didn't raise them right. They had no shame at all. They would straight up lie to your face, and they would just take things. They would come to your house, act like a friend, and just take things. It's like, who does that? What kind of terrible person just goes to their friend's house and just takes things? It's like, ugh. My mom later told us as we were adults, she's like, "That kid Andy is the reason why we moved out of there." And we understood what she meant. It wasn't necessarily specifically him, but it was the neighborhood and the type of people that it was producing. And again, this is in that same little cluster of neighborhoods. It was like 3 or 4 streets. 2 different dudes named Andy, both terrible people, both dope heads, both thieves. And she just didn't want to have us exposed to that. That's why she moved us all the way to the other side of the city. Because at first we hated it. We hated the fact that we had to move. But now, you know, when you're an adult and you look back at something your parents did for you when you were a kid, now you probably understand why they did it. Now you're like, oh, okay, this makes sense now. And now it really does. Because yeah, she didn't want us to become that guy. And it worked. We didn't become that way. Now my brother's a millionaire and I sell trading cards. That's not even a joke either, that's true. That's exactly what happens now. No Kirby, different guy. Oh yeah, different guy. Oh, let me turn my music back on here. Oh, it's starting to get warm in here now. The temperature has gone up to 78 degrees now. Yeah, I'm just kind of using the thermometer here as a way to tell me when it's time to stop streaming. It's like, okay, oh, that's only a 4-star. Let's see. You had to tell me. Let me see. Find a Tera that is weak to psychic. So that would be fighting. Fighting is definitely weak to psychic. Let me see if I can find a fighting. Oh, here's a fighting right over here. It's a little ways off. I'm gonna have to do some climbing for that one. I'll actually probably check this flying one, and then I'll check this fighting. So we'll get both of them at the same time. But yep, that's kind of the I guess the very broad story of why my mom moved us out of the ghetto. And again, looking back, I'm so glad she did. Because there were some very cool people in the ghetto. And some of those people I still talk to this day. Like my friend George. My friend George and I, we're not like super close or anything, but we have been friends since we were children. Like I could, if I wanted to, I could probably still call him up like right now and be like, hey, what's up? He's like, hey, what's going on? You know, we're still cool like that. And he's a good dude. He actually works in the oil fields now, makes really good money. Really good money working in the oil fields. It's not an easy job, but they pay him. He gets like $30 an hour. That's really good money. And so him and his wife, Nikki I've also known for a very long time since we were teenagers. And they're still around. Let me see who else. Roger, I don't know what happened to Roger. And David, the other guy, I never really liked him. We just didn't really ever see eye to eye on a lot of things. So he wasn't a bad guy necessarily. We just didn't get along. But yeah, George I still talk to occasionally, still keep up with each other. The Andy that stole your consoles and said they would give it back, the boy's a liar. Yes, he is a liar. Okay, so that was only a 3-star fighting, so we're gonna go look for another one. Let's see. Oh, lots of ice. Nothing there. Here's a fighting way over here. Let me see, where's a good flight spot? Oh man, that's a bit of a walk. Yeah, that's fine. We'll fly over here. I can check this dark one on the way. Roger was a really cool dude, though. He was actually younger than us. He was a few years younger than us, but he was such a cool dude. Roger was cool because he was very industrial, I guess you could say. He would always go and like just come up with these kind of insane things to do. Like he showed us how to make I guess he called it like a ghetto flashlight. It's actually pretty funny. I'm gonna do this one because it's just a 5-star. It's a rock. But he made a ghetto. It wasn't really a flashlight, but what he'd do is he would take an aluminum can and he would cut it in half, and he would fill about 1/4 to 1/3 of it with gasoline, just straight gasoline, not even like kerosene, but gasoline. And he would fill it, and then he would light the top of it, and it would just sit there, and it would slowly burn. He was like, "Yeah, man, ghetto flashlight." And we're like, okay. He was a funny dude, man. And I remember he made one night, and it was just there, and it was again one of those nights where we were just chilling out on the porch, because he lived like right across the street, so he would come over all the time. And he made one, and it was sitting right there, like on not like the sidewalk, but like the little walkway that leads to the house. And we were all on the porch, just sitting there, because it was a big old giant porch. And we were just sitting there, just talking, and he made one. And we had gotten so used to him making these little things that we just didn't even really pay any mind. And so it was just there, and we're just talking, and then suddenly we just hear BAM! like a little explosion. We're like, what the hell was that? And at first we thought it was a gunshot because that thing actually kind of happened every now and then back there. And we're like, what the hell was that? And then suddenly you just hear the aluminum can fall to the ground, like clunk clunk. And we're just like, did that thing explode? And Ryder's like, dude, I think it exploded. Apparently, at some point, I guess the aluminum had gotten so hot because it had been burning so long that it eventually ignited the entirety of the gasoline that was left in there, and it just exploded. A little scary, but it was funny at the same time. We were like, oh man. And George's mom comes out, what the hell was that noise? We're like, sorry, the ghetto flashlight blew up. She's like, oh, okay. And the thing was funny as hell, man. And he would still keep making them. That was the only time it exploded on us. It was kind of weird. But yeah, we did that. Oh, he liked to go fishing too. Even as a teenager, he would always go fishing. Really cool guy. And one time he went fishing. Him, his brother, George's brother Vincent went with him once. And they went fishing. They were gone for like 4 hours. And they came back and they had a crap load of fish. He's like, dude, we got a ton of fish. Y'all want to make this stuff? And we were like, at first we were like, I don't know, man. That's a lot of work because you would have to scale the fishes and gut them and all that stuff. He's like, no, my mom's going to help us out. So apparently his mom went to the store and got him like some fish fry. And dude literally just scaled the fish all by himself, gutted them, filleted them, everything, put them in fish fry, and made them on a barbecue and brought them over to us and said, here, dude, try these. And they were just like little strips of fish, you know. They weren't like massive fish or anything, but we tried them, actually pretty damn good. We were like, dude, thanks, man. He was like, dude, it was cool, dude. Yeah, he was a good dude. He really was. He was just a cool guy. Did you ever join him fishing? I never went with Roger fishing, but I have been fishing several times with my other friends. But I never went with Roger. Because this was at a time where I was still very, very young at the time, but I had gotten a steady job. And so I was working a lot. Like if I wasn't hanging out at, the house with George, I was at work. So I was working a whole lot at the time. So usually like that, in fact, I think that day that they went fishing, I had been at work, but then I came home and then they came, after they were done fishing, and that's how I found out about all that stuff. Yeah. So I was at work at the time. But it was still great though, man. He fed us. Cool dude. Saturday stories with Richard. Dude, it probably happened on a Saturday. Back in the day. I know it's Saturday and I'm telling you the story now, but back then, yeah. That's when we would usually hang out on the porch. It was like Saturday night. Friday nights, Saturday nights. We'd hang out on the porch. It was good times, man. Again, this was back before cell phones and back before all this other crazy stuff. We would just hang out, man. Just be cool. And again, same thing. If a friend brought a car over, we'd work on his car. And that's what we would do. Some Friday and Saturday nights, we would actually go out. Like when we got older, when we got like 19, 20, 21 years old, we started going to clubs and stuff. But when we were younger, when we were like teenagers, when we were like, 16, 17, 18, I mean, we couldn't go to clubs. So we would just hang out and fix cars. Did you ever eat what? Did you ever eat the fish before they fished again, like the fish that George's mom got from the store? George's mom got fish from the store? What? Oh, you mean have I had fish before that? Well, yes. I live in Corpus Christi. We are a bay town. We have a harbor and everything. So yeah, fish is actually pretty big here. If you've lived in Corpus Christi for any length of time, you have probably gone fishing. You had a bike at 15, 16? No, I did not have a bike. Now, when I lived with George, I used to have to walk to work most of the time. Thankfully, my job was not that far. It was probably about a mile or so. Well, round trip, it was about 2 miles to go from the house to my work. But yeah, I usually just walked. Every now and then, he would give me a ride when his mom would let him use the car. But for the most part, I would just walk. Because it really wasn't that far. Hey, bottle cap. Mushrooms, PP up, feathers. Oh, speaking of George's mom, she was George's mom is like my second mom because I lived with them for a time. And really, really nice one. Kind of strict, but very nice. Very, very nice. Very caring. And when I lived with them, this was when I was going through a really hard time in my life. And I remember she invited me to come live with them. So I started living there, and she really did take care of me. She really did. She always made sure I had something to eat. She like when she would go to Sam's Club, that was like her big thing. She would go to Sam's Club. Every now and then she would come back and she'd have bought me like like T-shirts and stuff. And I'm like, you don't have to buy me this stuff. She's like, no, no, we're gonna get you some T-shirts. I was like, all right, and I was in no position to say no, so I accepted her charity and I appreciated it. Really, really nice woman. And then when I got a job, it got better because that was like her main thing. She wanted to help me out, but at the same time, she wanted to give me a little nudge to say, hey, go work. And that's what she did. And yeah, so it all kind of worked out there. My first work check when I was living there, I gave Mary Lee, that was her name. Well, she's still alive. Her name's Mary Lee. I just gave her a bunch of money. I was like, here you go. And I was like, hopefully every paycheck I'll give you more. And she's like, that's good. That works for me. She's like, as long as you're bringing in a little money, you're taking care of yourself, that's good. And I was like, sweet. Yeah, it was real cool. It was good. Everything got really good when I started working. Let me see. This is a dark. What is dark not like? I forgot. Pokemon. Oh, but the one thing I was going to say about Mary Lee, she did this one thing that was kind of gross to all of us. She could eat raw meat. Like, you know how like you go to the butcher or something, you need to get like a raw steak or something, or you get like raw ground beef, like for hamburgers or whatever. She would go to the store and get meat and everything, and she would come back, and before she would start cooking it, she would take a little bit of the meat, and I'm not talking like a little sliver, I'm talking like a good sized chunk in her hands of raw hamburger meat, and just start eating it. And George and I were like, no, how can you do that to us? And she would smile the whole time she was doing it. Okay, so these things don't like fighting, bug, or fairy. Okay, so this one doesn't like fighting. But yeah, she would eat raw meat. And we're like, ah. She'll just laugh. That is true. It is normal depending on the culture, but for our culture, that wasn't really a thing. You went to college? Yes, I did go to college. I only went to community college because university is expensive. But yeah, I did go to college. I'm bringing this Lucario, but he's mostly a supporter. Just so you know, he is mostly a supporter. So I have Screech on this guy, and I also have Life Dew. So bring some hard hitters if y'all want. But yeah, that's one thing I remember about her, is that she would eat raw meat. And she wasn't like a normal thing that she would do. I think she did it specifically because she knew it would gross us out. I'm pretty sure that's why she did it. I was like, ah, no, stop it. But I just remember when I lived there, they always cooked and had a lot of food. That's one of the big things I remember. Like George's sister, Pat, she would come over and make this dish. All she did was call it spicy meat. That's it. It was just spicy meat. And she would take, basically she would grill up beef tips, and then she would make like this kind of sauce and I don't know, some kind of weird stuff she would do. And she would basically just throw it all in a pot after she already grilled up the beef tips, throw it in a pot, and then put the sauce in it, and then just let it cook for like 5-10 minutes. And that was it. That was the dish. It was just spicy meat. And it was delicious. It was great. You could eat it with like rice and beans or whatever. Or put it in the tacos. Your wife was your girlfriend? No. The woman that I married isn't even from my city. Yeah, she was from Austin. That's the reason. That my ex-wife is the reason I moved to Austin. I mean, I wanted to move to Austin anyway. But then I met her, and it was like, things started happening, and I was like, oh, well, I guess I can move to Austin now. And she even told me, she's like, yeah, we can live together in Austin. I was like, all right, cool. That's why I moved to Austin. So yeah, she wasn't from this city. Yeah, and my ex-wife did not go to college, as far as I know. Ah, she never. Yeah, she never went to college. Your wife was your first girlfriend. My wife was not my first girlfriend. No. Oh, I had plenty of girlfriends before I had met the woman that became my wife. Plenty. There we go. We're done. One Screech, and one Vincent, and we're done. In fact, when I lived with George, I had two different girlfriends. Yeah, because I lived with George for like 2 years, and so there was a who was the first one though? Oh right, the first girl. Oh, Sour, nice. We got a Mystica. Yeah, there was a girl named Jessica that I was going out with at the time when I lived with George, and then we ended up breaking up. And then there was this other girl named Frances, who I went out with. I don't really remember her that much though, so I don't know if it just wasn't a good relationship or what. But I'm aware of her existence, but it wasn't for very long apparently. And those are the two girlfriends that I had when I lived there. But I've had plenty of others. I've been single my whole life. I'm not mentally ready for that. Well, I mean, when you get into a relationship, it doesn't have to be, hot and heavy or anything like that. It can just be mostly casual, just hang out, just be cool with each other. Like I had a friend that I met in Austin, a woman named Tera, who I had known her for several years, and we ended up doing things after I got divorced. But yeah, I mean, the whole time it was never really like a relationship or anything. We were just casual friends, really, who occasionally did stuff. Yeah, I guess as most people would say nowadays, friends with benefits, sort of like that. But I only ever saw her when I would go to Austin, because even after I left, even after my marriage and everything broke up, and I came back to Corpus Christi, I would still go to Austin and visit my friends every now and then. And she was one of the friends that I would go see. Are you going to do a fighting raid? Yes. I'm checking the fighting raid here. See what this is. Oh, darn it. This is only a 4-star. You want me to do the 4-star? I can do the 4-star, but, I mean, yeah. Let's see. He's fighting. Yeah, we'll just do the 4-star, because I think you want to show me a Pokemon, don't you? You want to show me something. So I will just take in my Gardevoir. And if you want to hop in on this, that's fine. Yeah, I actually had a ton of girlfriends in my life, strangely enough. Especially when I was in my early 20s. Oh, man. In my early 20s, women were plentiful. And I had the perfect job for it, too. When I worked for Omni Hotels, and I worked overnight, oh my god, there were so many women. I kind of miss it, but I kind of don't. Because when you're like 20, 21 years old, and you've got all these women approaching you and stuff, it's like it's like, wow, you won the lottery. But now all these years later, as I'm older, I'm like, I would not want to deal with that many women. No way. It just would not. But back in the day, be 20 and get that many women, oh, that was awesome. Oh, you're bringing Mew. That's why you wanted me to do a fighting, because you wanted to bring your Mew. Yeah, I went from drowning in women, I'll just say that to be nice about it, from drowning in women to I don't even really want anything to do with them. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I met a nice woman, it'd be like, okay, sure. But at this point in my life, I'm just so focused on doing other things, like the card store and streaming and all that, that I just... honestly, I think if I had a girlfriend even now, I wouldn't be able to give her the kind of attention that she would really require, if you know what I mean. Because when you're in a relationship, you need to dedicate a certain amount of time to that relationship to make it work. And sometimes people will get into these relationships, but then they'll just neglect them. Like, they won't pay attention to their significant other. They'll they'll go to work, they'll come home, and they'll immediately go back out with like their friends or something, and you just ignore your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. You can't do that. That's not fair. You just can't do that. You gotta be willing to put the time in. And so that's why I'm thinking, yeah, I could find somebody, but I think I'm just too preoccupied with, the card store and selling cards and stuff like that, making videos, to really put in a decent amount of time to pay attention to somebody other than myself. It sounds greedy, but I think the greedier thing would be to get into that relationship and then ignore them. That's why I won't do it. Because I know if I were in a relationship and somebody just started ignoring me, I'd feel like crap. I'd be like, man, they say they want to be with me, but they're out with their friends again. And there's nothing wrong with going out with your friends every now and then. That's perfectly fine. But when you're doing it every single day, it's like, well, yeah, I'm not into the bow chicka bow bow chicka wow wow. I would want a long-term partner. Yeah, at my age, you're not gonna find too many people who don't have baggage. So that's another thing is I've gotten very very picky as I've gotten older because I realize I can be. And I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not like, God's gift to women or anything. I'm not saying that at all. I'm a very average dude, you know, but I think about what I bring to the table, and I would hope that they would bring something at least equally as alluring, I guess. And for me, a lot of that is the fact that I don't have a lot of strings. Like, I don't have kids. I don't have a terrible ex-wife who is still haunting me to this day. I sincerely don't. My ex-wife is actually fine. She's cool now. I don't want to have to deal with that sort of thing, because I've met women who are actually really great people, but it sucks for them because they'll have like ex-husbands or whatever who are just mean to them, and they have to still keep in contact with that ex because they have children together, that sort of thing. And I just, again, it may sound greedy on my part, but I just don't want to get into a situation like that where I'm with a woman and her ex-husband is like, oh crap, I'm stuck. I'm stuck, I can't get out. It's gonna port me out of here. Anyways, I don't want to get into a situation where I'm seeing some woman and her ex-husband comes along and decides that he's going to be a jerk and not take the kids on his weekend or whatever because he doesn't feel like it, and then them have a fight or something about it, and I'm just kind of there like, well, okay. Because it really is a situation. It's like, well, it's not really my business to tell them how to take care of their kids, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's your weekend, dude. You need to take the kids, if not for your ex's sake, for their sake, because they're your kids too. And he doesn't want to do it. It's like, where's the line? Do you get into it with him and be like, hey, you need to take these kids, and then get into some sort of confrontation with him possibly, or do you just stay quiet, thinking, okay, this isn't really any of my business? It gets really complicated, dude. And I've been in situations like that. That's how I know it gets complicated. Even when I was a young man, when I was like 21, I was going out with this woman that was 24, and she had a kid. And her ex was the same way. He would just not want to take the kids. And so I don't want to say she would get stuck with the kids, but again, when you're expecting your former partner to be there for their children and they're not, it gets really complicated very easily, very quickly. So yeah, you got to be careful with that. You could do that. 100% agree. Yes, got to be careful with that stuff. I'm still looking for more fighting ones, and all the fighting ones I'm finding are not 5-star. No fighting over here. Yeah, I don't think I have any. I'm not going to find any 5-star fighting, am I? Lots of flying. Well, who else is weak to psychic? I can just look that up, because there are others that are weak to psychic, I'm sure. Let's see, psychic. Poison apparently is weak to psychic. Yeah, so poison and fighting. So we could do either of those. me see. Are there any poisons around here? I'm sure there's a poison. Well, there's a poison way out here. Let me see if there's another one, so I don't have to go so far. What's that? That's a fairy. Grass. Really? Am I gonna only have just that one poison? Oh, well, we got a metal 6-star. I could go take a look at this too if y'all wanted to give that a try. 6 stars are always fun. Oh, here's another poison. All these poisons are kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Here, let me go check this poison down here. And if that's not good, then I'll go check that 6-star. And if that one, after we do the 6-star, then I can go check the other poison. Now, don't get my words twisted. I'm not saying you shouldn't go out with a woman that has kids. I'm not saying that. Just be aware that sometimes it can get a little messy. And that's generally not her fault. You know, if it's the dude that's just being a jerk about it all, it's obviously not her fault. So you can't blame her for that sort of thing. Now, to be fair, I have also met women who are the problem. Who, again, have kids with these dudes, and the dude is cool. Dude's like, yeah, I want to see my kids and all this stuff, and he wants to spend time with his kids, and that's great. You want that. But sometimes those women are real terrible. And they will literally prevent the ex from seeing their kids and that sort of stuff, and they'll use the kids against them. And I've run into women like that too, and it's just like, come on. They're his kids. Let him see his kids, you know. I would have killed for a father like that when I was younger. Oh, here we go. Here's a poison. All right, so let's see. Oh, and he's an Electro Boy, too. I could actually take my Groudon in here, couldn't I? Yeah, I think I'm going to take my Groudon in here. Not only that, but again, when you're young, you always have this idea of how the world is. Like, my dad wasn't around. And when one parent isn't around, you can generally only kind of judge them by what your other parent tells you. In this case, my dad wasn't around, so my mom, who didn't really talk badly about him all that much, but she would just basically say, yeah, he just doesn't want to come around. I've called him, I've talked to him, but he just doesn't want to come around. And she was right. She was absolutely 100% honest with us when we were kids. Now, some parents are not like that. You know, and that's terrible. Like, if you're a mother that tells your kids, oh, your dad hates you, he doesn't want to ever see you, but that guy actually does want to see his kids, that's terrible. Same thing on the other way. If you're a dad that has custody of your kids and you tell your kids that your mom hates them, that's horrible. That is so horrible. Don't ever do that to your kids, man. The only time that I could see a problem with you not wanting to let the other person around is if they've got problems, like serious problems, like if they were alcoholics, or if they were drug heads, or if they were just increasingly violent, that sort of stuff, then I can understand. Okay, but even then, like, my dad was an alcoholic. He's not anymore as far as I know, but he was an alcoholic when he was a young man. But my mom never really bashed him for that. Only later, as we got older, did we realize what was going on there. But that was part of the reason why he stayed away, and if he did come around, my mom would always want to be there, because he could get violent when he was drunk. We got one more spot. Anybody else? No one? None? Nobody wants to bring Mew? All right, here we go. Yeah, because it's again one of those things where you look back to when you were a kid, and then, you know, and I'm obviously older now, so I can look back with far more knowledge and wisdom now, and I can see the impact that a father figure would have on a child at a young age, and it really can make a difference. It can make a huge difference. Look at all these hacked Pokemon. At least my Pokemon's real. I'm bringing the drought. Get him, buddy. Yeah. Look at that. Christian be flexing on us. My Groudon doesn't need to be shiny. He still hits like a truck. Oh, I'm confused. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I'm very happy with Groudon. He still actually hits really hard. And when he gets stab damage, forget it. I don't even have to use stuff like Sword, Dance, or anything like that. He just hits hard. I have Sword Dance there, but I don't really have to use it. Okay, don't punch yourself, buddy. No punching yourself. Oh crap, he punched himself. I told you not to punch yourself, man. He's like, okay, I don't know. Isn't it weird how his back looks like a slide? Like you could start at the top and just slide down. Yay! Oh, I'm gonna have to throw a heal out here. Yeah, I don't want to take the chance that... Oh, he's gonna... Oh, he's nuzzling. Oh, well, cheer actually works here for all of us. There we go. Out of all of us, I think Moni's the only one whose dad hung around. Is that true, Moni? Did your dad hang around? He'd teach you how to make cheese? I would have loved it if my dad taught me how to make cheese. That sounds like a joke, but overall, it's actually true. Seriously, because when you look back and you think about the things that you did as a child, and there are so many times where there are certain things that it's just easier for a father to teach their child these things. It was actually the other way around for you. Oh, so your dad was around, but your mom wasn't. Oh, okay. Hey, well, big up to your dad for hanging around, though. That's good. And your dad was violent. Damn. Yeah. Oh my god, look at all those Mystikas. I know what you mean, Hammer. My dad was violent, too. Thankfully, I was too young to remember most of it. But yeah, my mom let us know. One thing my mom told me that I don't want to say I was shocked by, but I didn't remember it, so not to say that it didn't matter, but it has stuck with me. When I was like 20, my mom and I were talking about my dad, and she was just like, yeah, he was pretty violent with you. And I asked her straight up, I go, what did he ever do to me? And she's like, well, one of the things he did was he literally just, when I was like 2 years old, apparently, he just picked me up by the leg and threw me across the room. Like, literally just flung me. And I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah. She's like, that's why I didn't want to tell you guys about that stuff, because, you know. She's like, but you're an adult now, so you deserve to know. And I was like, ouch. And she's like, I'm guessing you don't remember. And I'm like, no, I don't. Because, again, I was 2. I didn't remember. But yeah, apparently he did that to me. I don't know about anything he may or may not have done with my siblings. But yeah, he was a violent guy. As he got older, he got better. He did stop drinking. He did stop doing drugs. And he's in a better place now. But, of course, it took him a long time to do that. Have you ever been inspired by a friend? Have I ever been inspired? I would have to think about that. Like, inspired in the sense that they were doing something and I thought, hey, I want to do that too, or they gave me advice, or they told me to go to a certain thing, or I don't really know. That seems like he might be arrested. Did he get arrested? Back at the time, these sorts of things weren't really reported. Oh, for Hammer. Oh, okay. I don't know about Hammer. Hammer's much younger than I am, so. Like, did I ever see somebody doing something that they did and that I wanted to do it? Mm, no, not really. Uh, yeah, I can't think of anything. Nothing substantial. He got arrested. He got released 3 weeks later. Oof. The one thing I remember when I was a kid is this was after my mom and my dad had gotten divorced. But of course, he was still our father, so he would still occasionally come around. Sometimes unannounced, he would just show up. And one time, and again, this was after they were divorced, my mom had started seeing this other man named Joe, who actually did stick around in our lives for several years. He was a good dude. And we were there at my grandmother's house, and Joe was there, and he was welcome to be there. He's a nice guy. We were just hanging out, and my dad shows up. Again, unannounced. So Joe's there. My dad shows up. He had been drinking. And so, yep, things got a little heated. I remember this, I'll never forget this. I remember this very specifically in my head. Seeing Joe and my dad outside in the front yard, fists up, ready to go at it. I don't remember if they actually started throwing punches, because I'm pretty sure my mom pulled me back inside. But I remember that image, and I'm like, oh boy. I don't know if the cops were called. I don't know what happened after that, but yeah, that's a great visual to seeing your mom's new boyfriend about to get into a fist fight with your dad. It's like, oh crap. And like I said, we really liked Joe. Joe was actually a good dude. He really was. And so it was interesting. It was interesting to say. Yeah. He's like probably very drunk. He's very lax if you claim insanity. Oh my gosh. Only 3 weeks for a car bombing and a stabbing. Oh my god, dude. That is pretty light. Alright, I'm gonna push it at 30 seconds. Oh, Cresselia. Ooh. Is she a fairy? Or a psychic? Isn't Cresselia a fairy? If she's a fairy, she's gonna have a hard time here. Oh no, wait, she's psychic. She's psychic. Okay, never mind. She's not fairy. Yeah, I don't ever remember my dad going to jail. I don't even know if it ever happened. I guess I'd have to ask my mom. I've never asked her these things. I've just never had any, I guess, hankering to really know about some of this stuff. So from meth. Oh yeah, that stuff makes people violent. I actually have a cousin who is in jail right now. Ruined his marriage because of meth. And he had a good marriage. I actually know his wife, or his ex-wife now. I actually know her, and we still talk. I met her years and years ago. A really nice woman. And she was married to him for several years. They have a couple of kids together. And things were actually fine with them for a while. But then he met some woman, and she got him into meth. And it was all downhill from there. It was like, oh man, he literally just threw his life away. Again, he was one of those guys that had a really good job. He worked in the oil fields, which is a common job here in Texas because we have tons of oil fields. And like I mentioned earlier, if you work in an oil field, you get paid really good money. So it was unfortunate. Hey Carson, thank you for the follow. So it was unfortunate that he met that woman, because once he met her, he started cheating on his wife. He got into meth, so he started selling everything to get more money for meth. He destroyed his marriage. He physically threatened his now ex-wife. And then, like a moron, he went and tried to rob a little, like, it's not really a casino, but they have these gambling places that are allowed here in Texas. It's not actual gambling the way they do it. because they don't use real money. What you do is um, you buy like tokens with real money, and then if you win, you don't get actual cash back. You just get more tokens, and then you can spend those tokens to get prizes and that sort of thing. So it's technically not gambling by the strictest sense, but it was basically a gaming house, is what they call them. And so he and his friends thought it'd be a good idea to go and rob this place because they have a lot of cash there. Well, they go and they try to rob it and they get busted. And so he went to jail. He's still in jail now for armed robbery, which actually was kind of a godsend in a way because he was so hooked on meth at that point that yeah, he needed to go to jail. Because sometimes if they just keep letting you hang out and you know, I mean, most people who get hooked on stuff like meth, they're not going to get help. Oh my god, my drain punches. Darn it. Okay, I guess I'll do life 2 again. But yeah, when you're hooked on a drug like that, you almost have to be forced to get help. That's how addictive that stuff is. So yeah, he's been in jail for like 3 years, I think. At least 3 years now. But thankfully his ex-wife, who again, like I said, I'm still friends with her. And we talk every now and then. She's still in really good shape. She's doing good. She remarried, met a really nice dude. They had a kid, and she ended up going to college. Now she works for a dentist's office in San Antonio, and she's doing much better. As far as my cousin, though, I don't know what's up with him. Sounds kind of fun for the non-gambling token place. Some people enjoy it, but the thing is that it's, like I said, it's not gambling in the strictest sense, but it is still gambling because you have to spend money to do it. Yeah, guys, I can't even attack, so I'm just life doing at this point. I'm just healing you guys as much as I can. Pokebot. What is Pokebot? Do I have Nintendo Online? Yeah, we're actually doing raids right now online. This is with actual other people. So, yeah, we're still doing that. So yeah, if you want to, I'm going to all the different raids. We're trying to find 5 stars and stuff. This is a 6-star raid, so it's a little harder. But yeah, as I'm going through all the raids, we're trying to find 5 and 6 stars, and we're doing them. And you're welcome to join us if you want. Yeah, unfortunately, my life dude doesn't heal a ton, apparently. Wow, really? That was almost nothing. Yeah, this life dude did not hit very hard at all. Let me see. Is my... has no effect. Oh, terrific. I think somebody just killed him. Yeah, because my drain punch should have an effect on him because he's metal right now. So I'm guessing somebody is going to kill him right here. Yeah. I think the Zapdos is going to. Pokebot waiting for an answer. Who's Pokebot? Pokebot, if you would like to. I have no idea who Pokebot is. Is Soapes a scam bot or is she real? Say okay, Pokebot. Oh, weird. That sounds weird. I've never had somebody with a Pokebot come into any of my streams. I have no idea what that is. If it is, I may have to go over to Twitch and block it real quick. Let me take a look at my Twitch chat real quick. Hold on. Let's see, channel, here we go. I have Twitch obviously, but I don't generally keep the chat open. I have Restream bot, so I can at least see the chat, but since I don't have the chat open on Twitch, I can't really do any moderation unless I actually go there. I'm not seeing anything like that. Yeah, all the chatters over on Twitch look fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. Maybe it left. Maybe it went away. It's possible. Sometimes they come in and then duck right out. I'll check back over there. If it happens again, I'll just check back. Okay, enough of that. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, that's right. We were gonna go check that other poison up here, right? Wasn't there another poison somewhere around here? Yeah, I think it's over here somewhere. There it is. Come on. Oh, I mentioned it in Discord yesterday. I don't know if y'all saw it. But Paldea Evolved, the new TCG set, released yesterday officially. I went and I got some, and I filmed it, and man, was it a bad opening. Seriously, I don't even know if I want to post it. Like, I may post it just to post it, because, I mean, I spent the money, so it's like, well, I might as well just put it up there. Even if it only gets like 20 views or something, but I should still at least put it up there. But I went and I got some Paldea Evolved. No hits. Nothing. I was like, dude, this is awful. It was such a bad opening. It was like probably one of the worst openings I've had this year in 2023. Most of the 2023 openings have actually been pretty good. I think I've had maybe one other bad opening, but this one was awful. I could, I guess, maybe cut it into shorts, but even then it wouldn't really be worth it. Because, I mean, in a lot of cases, I generally like to make, even the shorts I make, I hope that there's at least something. Like, the Fusion Strike ones that I have running right now. The first couple of ones were kind of but I do have some coming down the pipe that do have hits. So at least that little series of them is eventually going to be worth it. So, like, if there's anybody that decides they want to go and watch the whole set of the 8, I think it's 8, no, it's 9 Fusion Strike shorts I have coming up. So if anybody wants to go and watch all of them, they can, and be like, oh, okay, that's where he got a couple of hits. This was 0 hits. 0 hits. It was bad. Hey, Flair, thank you for the follow. Lechong Kai. Okay, so that's an ice. Oh, god dang it. Get away from me, dog. Yeah, it was really bad. Because what I did is I went and I bought one of the new Paldea Evolved Legends tins. I bought a Miraidon tin that comes with 2 packs of Paldea Evolved, 1 pack of Scarlet Violet base, and then 2 older packs. And so I was like, well, let me get this tin, and then I'll buy some single packs, and then we can just open them all. So with the 2 Paldea Evolved packs from the tin, and then the 6 that I got singles, it, you know, plus with the other extra packs, it's a good 10-pack opening or so. 10 or 11 packs. So it's a pretty, I figured, a pretty good video. And so it started out okay. Nothing major, no major hits. I did get a hit, though, from the Scarlet and Violet pack, which it's technically a hit. It wasn't great, though, but it was something. So I was like, okay, not bad, not bad. So then I get into the Paldea Evolved packs, and it was just trash. Just utter trash. Like, if I had been at a store where I bought the packs and I opened them there in front of the people, they would be like, dude, I'm sorry. But that is the worst pack opening I've seen. It's definitely a press F to pay respects sort of situation. It's just, ugh. The only good thing is that because I did get them on release day, I posted them to the store immediately. So some of those cards actually already sold, which is good. God darn it. This is only a 4-star. Well, I checked on my poison and my fighting, man. That's all we got. Sounds like the pulled card epidemic continues. Well, see, that's the thing. In Scarlet and Violet, like the regular Scarlet Violet base set, I've pulled some very good stuff. Some very, very good stuff. And the way it's kind of works out, I mean, as far as like your chances of getting something at least decent, it's usually about every 4th pack or so. I think the actual number is like 3.7 or something. Like 1 every 3.7 packs you're supposed to get a decent hit, like an EX card or an extended art or, you know, or Illustrator Rare or whatever, you know, that sort of stuff. So that's what I was looking. I was like, okay, so I have these 8 packs. I should get at least 2 semi-decent hits, at least something. But I got nothing. So, and again, it was only 8 packs, so you could say it's still within margin of error, but it's still a bummer, you know, because I was hoping to get at least one thing, but nothing. Like when I got Scarlet and Violet, the ETBs, I don't know if y'all remember those videos, but those videos were great. Holy crap, those videos were good. One of them especially, that's when I got the, what's her name? Oh, what is her name? I can't remember her name now, but you know which one I'm talking about. The Illustrator Rare, the card that at the time was the most expensive card in the set. I got it there on video. That was a terrific opening. And even the other ETB that didn't have that Illustrator Rare, it still had good stuff. I still got like 3 or 4 hits out of it. So I was like, okay, that's still worth it. It's still worth even watching. But this one, I even don't want to watch it. Have you ever come across scam bots that almost banned you? What do you mean? I tend to not interact with bots at all. Like if I see a bot, I just block it, delete their message, and move on. I don't even mess with them. That's probably the best thing for anybody. Like if you see something out there that looks shady, don't even mess with it. Just ignore it and move on. Don't even worry about it. But speaking of bots, the one place I have seen a ton of bots coming into is Twitter. Dude, Twitter has gotten bad, like really bad. Because on Twitter, I've actually been growing my following pretty well. I don't know if any of you guys actually use Twitter. I still use Twitter because that's where I meet a lot of people that are also into the card scene and that sort of stuff. Not only Pokemon, but also Magic and even sports cards. Like I actually have met like a dozen people who do sports cards, and it's nice to just kind of see what they're doing, what they're up to, that sort of stuff. You know, similar kind of interests, so it works. And so I was starting to get tons and tons of likes from all the various, you know, sports card traders and some of the Magic traders and stuff like that, which is fine. That's those likes that I want. But at least 4 or 5 times a day, I'll get likes from like random accounts that have nothing to do with trading cards or video games or Pokemon or anything like that. And I'll go and I'll look, and they're all bots, and they're all run by the same people, because when you go and you actually look at the bot and you look at their description, they all have the same link to some dating website or some, it's not really a dating website, it's a scam site, but that's how they draw you in. They put up pictures of pretty girls with big boobs, and they're like, hey, dating site, come meet me, that kind of stuff. I get those at least 4 or 5 times a day now from different accounts. I've had to block, I'd say at least 35 accounts for that sort of thing on Twitter just in the past week. That's how bad it's getting. Not only that, but the amount of, and I guess I could say it here on this stream, it's fine. The amount of adult content that I'm seeing on Twitter drastically increased. Like even for things that are trending, like relatively benign things. Like, again, because of the stuff that I am interested in Twitter, I'll get a lot of trending stuff that's like for Magic or for Pokemon, for video games, sports cards. Occasionally, every now and then, I'll get like political things, but not that much. But that's generally the stuff that I see in my trending list. And like if you see something like, hey, like it says Pokemon TCG as a trending topic, I'm like, oh, okay, let me take a look. Maybe something happened. So I'll click on it. And usually I can only scroll down so far, like maybe to the 3rd or 4th post, and already adult images on Pokemon, with Pokemon as their trending topic. And I'm like, what is this? And I mean, I'm an adult, so it's no big deal. But still, when I go to Twitter and I click on Pokemon, I don't expect to see adult material. You know, I expect to see some news about the card game, or maybe more news about the DLC for Scarlet and Violet has dropped. You know, that kind of stuff. That's what I expect to see. I don't expect to see hardcore adult stuff. Yeah, it's and I have nothing against that. If people like that, that's up to them. That's their thing. I don't judge people for that sort of stuff. But again, like I said, when I go to Twitter and I'm looking for stuff about Pokemon or video games, I don't want to see that stuff. That's not what I'm there for. Like, I think it was a few years ago, I used to occasionally go on Twitter and put it on stream and just be like, hey, look, this is what's going on Twitter. I can't do that anymore because there is a very good chance that if I click on a very benign topic, again, like Pokemon or Magic the Gathering, I only have to scroll down 3 or 4 posts, and sure enough, there it is. Hardcore stuff that I cannot show, or if I did show, I would immediately get banned. So I can't do that anymore. It's gotten really bad. Ever since, happened, the whole Twitter sell and all that, it has gotten so bad. And it feels like they're not even doing anything about it. I mean, because they're like, oh, well, if you get, accounts that, spam you or that don't look real, report them. And I'm like, dude, if I reported every single account that, gave me a fake like or, messaged me or replied to one of my tweets and it was a bot or something like that, I would be here all day. I could literally be on Twitter all day just reporting bots. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that. If you want to pay me to do that, okay, then we can talk. But I'm not going to give you hours and hours of my day to help you fix your problem. I'm just not going to do it. Makes no sense. But yeah, it's getting really, really bad on Twitter. There are still very, very good people on Twitter. I'll say that. Hey, Drew, what's up, man? We're talking about Twitter, or at least I'm complaining about Twitter. There are still some really cool people on Twitter. There really are. And that's why I stick with it. Because a lot of my Amazon sales actually come from Twitter, too. Like, I'm pretty sure most of you are already aware, but I'm an Amazon affiliate. Yes, whenever I post links and stuff, like in videos and that sort of stuff, those are affiliate links. So if you follow that link to Amazon, whether it be for that product or if it just takes you to Amazon and you buy something else, I usually get a tiny kickback. It's not a lot of money, but it's a little something, all depending on what you buy. But yeah, that's why I like using Twitter, because just on Twitter alone, I get like 50 hits, 50 clicks from my various Amazon links on Twitter every day. So it's pretty nice. What are you up to? I'm running around trying to find raids to do, and we just found one. I like doing 5 and 6 stars. I don't like doing the 3 and 4 stars on stream because they're kind of boring. But we got a nice 5-star raid here. And let's see, he's an Icy Boy. Oh, and it's in Weavile, so this one should be easy. Let's just take in... I'll just take in Mysterion again. Mysterion's heal's actually not doing that well. So I may actually change it. Yeah, because this is his set right now of moves. Drain Punch, Screech, which is very useful. Sword Dance, and Life Dew. I was surprised that he had Life Dew. And since I saw that he had it, I was like, oh, well, maybe I could just use it. Because he's not overly powerful. He is pretty strong, but he's not overly powerful. But, it's always nice to have a heal, to put out there for the team. But his Life Dew is really not healing very much. So I may just take that out, but we'll keep messing with it. I'll use him again this time and see what happens. This guy shouldn't be that hard. And of course, if you have Nintendo Online, whether on YouTube or on Twitch, you are welcome to join me here. Just make sure that you have the proper Pokemon for the fight. You're just hatching eggs. I don't really hatch eggs very much. Although the last time I hatched eggs, I got 2 shinies out of 5 eggs, which was awesome. And I was trying for a shiny too. And I had never, up until that point, I had never hatched a shiny. This was like 2-3 weeks ago, where I was like, I really want a shiny Mudbray. And because I wanted a Mudsdale shiny, but of course you gotta do Mudbray. So I went and I got a bunch of eggs, and sure enough, with like the 3rd egg, I got a shiny. I was like, yes! Everybody was all jazzed and stuff. 2 eggs later, I got another Mudbray shiny. I was like, holy crap, this is awesome. You got an I6V Rockruff last night? What is an I6V Rockruff? I have no idea what that means. Oh, look at you guys bringing Arceus. So we got Rob, Christian, and Frost. 6 IV. Itinerant veterinarians? Is that what that IV means? I don't know. I am going to use Screech, so you guys can just, give me like a couple of turns to get the Screeches off, and then you all can start wailing away. Yeah, because if you take if you put too much damage on him too soon, he's going to put up a shield, and then I can't use Screech. So at least give me a couple of turns to get a couple of Screeches on him. And then you all can start wailing away. I be flossing. I be flosses. Okay, Ant. Me, if Christian has a shiny Arceus, Beam has left the chat. I'm sure he does. All his hacked Pokemon. I say that as I'm bringing a shiny Lucario in, but my shiny is legit. He is legit. Individual values. Oh, so EV. Okay. Look at that, two of them. The Arceus they look funky. They're yellow. Alright, here we go. Screech time! Oh, that one Arceus is not hit very hard. Neither Arceus hits very hard. Okay. Did you all train your Arceus up, guys? Because with... Oh, he used Taunt on me. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, he taunted me. So I guess we're going to do a little... let's just do some Drain Punch. I'm not even going to Sword Dance it. It's from Japan. My shiny Arceus is legit. Just because he's from Japan doesn't mean it's legit. I'm teasing you. I really don't care where y'all get your Pokemon. I would advise not to spend money on hacked Pokemon, but it's your money. You're going to do with it what you want, so... Yeah. And Earth Power is special, not physical? Well, good job there, Ant. Yeah, I think we got at least a couple of screeches off, so that's good. Should be fine now. Yeah, that Earth Power's not doing much. I guess at this point I could probably Sword Dance. Although it's already almost dead anyway, so it's like, why even bother? Oh, he's using Reflect. Oh, he made himself stronger against physicals. Here, just for the heck of it, I'm going to do a Life too. That's true. Earthquake is the physical version. Earth Power is the special version. This Arceus from the Kalos region. Yeah, taunt me all you want, buddy. I'm just using I'm just using Drain Punch. Why is the Arceus name a bold letter? Mine is bold letter Arceus too. I'm sorry, Arceus. Some people freak out when you call him Arceus. Whatever you call it. Hey, a bottle cap. PP up. Not bad. I have been burning a lot of PP ups, so that's actually a good thing that I'm getting more. I burned a whole bunch of them this week. I burned like 20 of them. I have Arceus too. I really do. Mine's from the Hisuian region. Yes, I got mine in the last game. Let me go check this normal. Yeah, I'm just gonna jump it around now, trying to find 5 stars. Oh, don't touch him. Sorry. I'm right, and pooped a little bit there. 4 star. If any of y'all have a 5 star, feel free to put the code in the chat. I'll help y'all out. Just whenever you put the code in chat, or I would say when you get a 5 star, put the Tera type and what Pokemon it is first. and then we'll see if we want to go ahead and do it. Usually we do. Considering we speak English and a localized version, I will say that those who pronounce Arceus are key should be shipped to the gulag and busted in the chambers. Well, that's the thing. I've heard English speakers say it both ways. Like, I've actually heard Sarah Nanachetti say it as Arceus. She even made a video about it. I think I've mentioned it before. And in case you don't know who Sarah Nanachetti is, she's the voice of Ash. Like, the actual English voice actor for Ash Ketchum. And according to her, it's Arceus. But I have heard a lot of people say Arceus. And I think the reason why... somebody told me once that it actually was pronounced Arceus at one point, but then they realized what the first part of that name sounds like, and so they're like, let's just call it Arceus. I don't think it really matters. At least to me, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 4-star. Let's see. We got a couple of rocks over here. Oh, wait, I think I checked this rock earlier. Yeah, see, people call it RCS or Arceus. Like I said, I guess officially, if I'm going to say that Sarah's word is official, then I guess Arceus is official, but I really don't care. Yeah, I do too. I prefer Arceus over Arceus too. And no, I don't have it. I don't think I'm a terrible person for believing that. Just like I prefer Lugia over Lugia. And yes, I've actually heard... I was looking through some of the movies, the old Pokemon movies, and I found the one that has Lugia in it. And I watched the trailer, and I guess the voiceover guy who was doing the voiceover for the trailer actually called him Lugia. So he did officially call it Lugia, so I get why people call it Lugia. But if we're going to complain about Arceus sounding like Arse, then I'm going to complain that Lugia sounds like Lugie. And I don't know about the English-speaking world everywhere else, but here in the United States, a loogie is basically a snot-filled sputum. That's what it is. It's kind of disgusting, actually. That's what a loogie is. So to say it's Lugia, it's like, oh, it's a snot-filled thing. Loogie. Yeah, loogie. A phlegmy boy. There you go. See, he knows what I'm talking about. That's what that is. Usually it's like when you breathe in through your nose after your nose is a bit stopped up, you go, and then you go, and you get all the phlegm out of your throat, and then you spit it out. That's a loogie. Yeah, it's kind of nasty, kind of gross. It's like a fart, though. It's completely natural. It's one of those things that your body just gets out of you. But, you know, it's not one of those things that people are generally going to do in front of most other people. Unless they're just being silly or being kind of gross. I believe in Groudon instead of Groudon. I call it Groudon because it sounds like Groudon. Look at the name. Oh, actually, whoops, wrong thing. Yeah, it's the way it's spelled is Groudon. It's not Groudon. Yeah, because look at it. It's basically spelled like ground. Like if you take the N from the end of the word and put it in front of the D, you now have ground. Okay, so that's why I call him Groudon. That to me, and again, I took English in college, so I do know a little bit about this. It looks like Groudon. It does not look like Groudon. It's Kigu. Come on, jump. Speaking of which, when I was looking through those Pokemon movies, just for fun, I tweeted it out because, again, I was looking on Amazon because, like I mentioned, I am an affiliate. And I actually shared one of the movies that I actually might want to watch. And somebody messaged me back. They're like, "Oh, I've never seen this one. I want to watch it," and they did. They bought it, or they didn't buy it. They rented it using my link, so I got like 25 cents. I was like, "Yay! We got a quarter." I'm not complaining. A quarter's a quarter, man. It's 25 cents more than I had. I do not complain about any of the little, because that's the way affiliate links are supposed to work. You know, you get a little here, a little there, and it just adds up over time. Like, I finally saw the order of the person. I don't know if you guys are, or if I told you guys about this. I think I did. But somebody a couple of weeks ago, using one of my links, went and ended up buying a whole bunch of lighters, like cigarette lighters. And I didn't realize because I'd seen that they had clicked on several lighter links. They were brought there by my link, which is why I got credit for the sale. But they ended up buying like 10 or 12 lighters, like various different lighters. And I was like, that's kind of strange. And I'm like, I think I know what these are for, but I'm not going to judge. But yeah, the whole order that they put in was like $200 of just lighters. And I'm not talking like those little cheap Bic lighters, like the ones you buy like at the grocery store or whatever for like, you know, $2 or whatever. These were expensive lighters. These were like butane lighters. Like the really nice ones. The ones that are like $15, $20, $25 each. So they were decent little lighters, and he bought a whole bunch of them. I was like, oh, okay, all right. Whatever. I'm trying to sell Pokemon cards, but hey, if you want to buy lighters, it's fine with me. I don't care. And yes, I can actually see all the stuff that people order through my links. Even though, like I said, even though I don't share those specific links, like I've never shared a link that promoted cigarette lighters. I just don't do that. Most of the stuff that I do is like Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering booster boxes, Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, or maybe even like T-shirts with Pokemon stuff on it. You know, it's all kind of a theme. You know, it's all like gaming related stuff. That's what I share. That's like my main thing. And occasionally I'll do books too, because I do still like books. So yeah, I don't share any of that lighter stuff. So it kind of makes me wonder, you know, I was wondering what link did he initially click on to get to Amazon, but then ended up buying $200 worth of lighters. And the weird thing is it was a Pokemon shirt. He clicked on a link from a Pokemon shirt that I had shared, and somehow, some way, it went from Pokemon shirt to buying $200 worth of lighters. So somewhere along the line, he made a major change of mind as far as what he was going to buy. Or she. I don't see the person who actually did it. Like, I don't get their personal info, so I don't know who it is. I just know it's an individual that went and bought this stuff. That's all I know. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go and update my my little Amazon store, my Amazon affiliate store, with some updated links. Man, I'm running out of places to look here. Yeah, I'm getting a little low on these. Let me see. There's usually some down here that I can easily get to. Okay, so there is this one. But yeah, actually got a little Amazon store. I don't sell it, or I don't sell it. I don't share it much, because it's basically just a store with a bunch of affiliate links. But it's at Amazon. It's an actual Amazon website. So I do have it there, but every time a new release comes out, like a new Pokemon set or something, I'll put the links in there. But most of the links that I do share, like on Twitter, it's usually if something's on sale. Like when I found recently, they had those Battle Academy Pokemon sets for 2022. They usually sell for $20. They were on sale for $13 each. And you get a lot of cards. You get like 180 cards in that set. It's really good. So I shared that one, and then ended up buying some myself. So yeah. Apparently Groudon is canon. So Groudon is canon. Okay. Well, there we go. It's settled. It's Groudon. Another thing that I've been sharing a little more is books about Pokemon. There are actually some very interesting books about Pokemon. I found a series of books. I didn't even know they existed. They're called Prime books or something. Not for Amazon Prime, just, yeah, it's a different thing. They're called Prime books. And what they are is they're books featuring Pokemon that are for very, very young children, like 2, 3 years old, when they're learning like their ABCs and their numbers and their colors and stuff. And I've been sharing some of those. Haven't gotten many clicks on them, but I figure somebody will buy one. Oh, and speaking of adding things, I don't know how many of y'all saw the Goddess Story video that I posted. Probably none of you. I'm just kidding. It actually did get a decent amount of views after the fact. But that Goddess Story video is actually doing okay. And I'm finally getting around to putting those Goddess Story cards on eBay, because I can't sell them on TCG Player. So I'm putting them on eBay. And I've gotten a few bites here and there, but no purchases yet. But yes, I am putting them. I will eventually have all of them on eBay. Darn, I don't think I have any more that I haven't checked yet. Well, I haven't checked this ground. Let me see this one. Find a book that says Ralts cannot evolve. It might be an old book. Yeah, might be an old book. Because I mean, things like that change all the time. They're just called retcons. Like at one point, it was probably canon that he could not evolve, and then somewhere along the line, they just changed it. They were just like, we'll come up with a, we'll write a reason as to why it can evolve now or something. And it is good because Kirlia and Gardevoir or Gallade are actually very good. Oh, come on. Give me a 5-star. Man, I cannot find any 5-stars around here. Let's see, what do we got over here? Oh, I think I already checked this one, didn't I? I don't know if I did. Let's go check again. No, I think it was when Gardevoir did exist. Oh, really? I wonder how that came about then. I'm guessing that is a retcon then. Like, maybe they wanted Gardevoir to be the stage 2, but at the time, it was the stage 1, and they just changed it. It's possible. They technically didn't write a reason it actually does evolve. Now, you would probably have to ask, is that an official book, or is it an unofficial book? Because there are a lot of unofficial Pokemon books out there, and a lot of them do have incorrect information. Because if it's unofficial, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. They could have just been wrong. It was official. Oh, okay, so they did retcon it. Oh my god, how can I not... Dude, please give me some... It was weird. Like, this entire week, all I found were 5-star raids, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But now it's like, okay, cool, maybe I'll get this many 5-star raids when I do the stream, but nope. Either that or I've already done them all. How many raids have we done? Like 8? Still feel like I should have more. Oh, speaking of 5-star raids, I got a raid for a Pokemon, or a version of a Pokemon that I had never gotten before. And I was so glad that I got it. It was a 6-star. A 6-star Lycanroc, but what was it? The Dusk form? The little orange one? I had never had an orange one. And I know that somebody a few weeks ago had mentioned, hey, look, this is the Dusk form. And I was like, oh yeah, I've seen that one. I want one. And I finally got it because of that 6-star. I was like, that's awesome. So I got a Dusk form Lycanroc. And I think I might be officially out. Let me see. Well, I don't... Oh, that's right, these ice ones. I don't think I've checked these. I think these may be like the last ones that I really need to check. And then I think I have 2 flying ones on the other side of the map. Come on, man. All of y'all just sitting back there like, yeah, I don't want to go looking for these 5-stars. I'm just going to wait till you find one. Bullet. Where's Bullet, man? We need to get Bullet back here. Bullet would supply tons of them. Be like, yeah, here's 30 more. Let's go do them. Bullet did drop by last week for like 1 raid. And then He came by and I was like, oh, look, it's Bullet. And then I was like, uh-oh, am I going to do it? Am I going to do the monkey noise? I didn't do the monkey noise, but still. Everybody's like, what do you mean the monkey noise? You all know what the monkey noise is. If you don't know what the monkey noise is, here, let me sign in real quick and I'll get the monkey noise. Monkey noise time. Here it is. Yeah, he does not like the monkey scream. For some reason, it freaks him out. And I think I teased him a little too much, admittedly. Yeah, the new event finally is coming out next week. Next week. We're going to get the Tera raids for Chestnut again, and then we're also getting the Iron Treads and the Great Tusk. Finally. It took them long enough. It took them like a good month to actually fix it. We found out what the problem was, too. According to Sarah B., apparently the problem with it was whenever you would finish the raid, for some reason it would call an unknown item, which would basically come up about 5% of the time. Whenever the raid ends and it gives you all your rewards, usually it's like a random number generator where you have a percentage chance to get certain rewards and that sort of thing. Well, for some reason, the raid was trying to call an item that just didn't exist. And so whenever it did that, it would make the game freeze and crash. And they were like, yep, that's a pretty big problem. We should probably fix that. So that's why it got canceled. But apparently it's fixed now, so we're going to get it next week. Please be a 5-star. I've been looking forever at this point now. Oh, thank you. All right, we got an Ice Haunch Crow. This one shouldn't be that hard. Just don't bring a fighting. Yeah, do not bring a fighting to this one because he's a flyer, and that's going to hurt. I would say bring a fire, maybe. Let me see, what else does Ice don't like? Fire's been probably the main one. Yeah, bring a fire. I want to bring Charizard. And the only reason I'm not bringing one of my mythics or legendaries is because I do have Moltres, the fire version, but I've not leveled him up or anything yet. So I'm just going to stick with Charizard. Alright, here we go. Or not. And like, no, you ain't going nowhere. It's now 79 degrees. In case you're following along at home. When I started streaming, it was 76 degrees here at my desk. It is now 70. Oh, wait, hold on. It went down again. It was at 79, but then it went down to 78 because the AC just kicked on. So there you go. Yes, I was saying earlier in the stream about how... Oh, it's back to 79. I was saying earlier in the stream how it's gotten to the point in the year where it gets really, really warm inside my apartment, even with the AC going. So yeah. In fact, I'm going to let you guys join real quick. I'm going to step away and grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, it's Charizardville. Always bringing Charizard. How much you want to bet Christian's got the shiny one? I actually have a shiny Charizard too, but I just don't want to bother to get him ready. Because I already have one. It's like, why get another one? Nobody else? We're only going with 3? I'll hit go at 1 minute. I'll give another person like 30 seconds. Oh, look, somebody hopped in. Christian, I just saw your message. For some reason, it's not popping up on official YouTube for some reason, though. That's weird. Yeah, I'm seeing you in my Restream app, but I'm not seeing you on YouTube. So I'm not ignoring you, Christian. For some reason, it just didn't pop up. That's weird. I do see it though. I just don't think anybody else can see it. In fact, well, let me refresh my YouTube. Yeah, I'm not seeing your chat there for some reason. Like I said, I can see it on my app, but not on the official YouTube site. That's weird. There we go. Okay. Charizard likes to do what a Charizard does. Watch him flame, watch him shake. Hey, here comes the Charizard. Sorry, I'll stop singing. I don't have a singing voice. The closest thing I have is a radio voice. And even then, it comes and goes. I do see your raid code though, Christian. If you want to do that raid, we can. Is it a 5-star raid or what? Yeah, as long as it's a 5-star raid or higher, we'll do it. I generally don't do any 3 or 4 stars because they're just too easy. There's a new Switch game called Everybody Switch, and it's the worst game I could possibly imagine. I think I heard about that. Somebody mentioned that there was a really bad Switch game that just came out. I don't really know all that much about it, though. I think that might be it. Thank you, whoever did the heal. We needed the heal. Oop. 2 more attacks! Yeah, I don't even think it's going to take that. It was a 5-star raid. Christian, what Pokemon, though? Yeah, which Pokemon is it? Generally, whenever you want to do a raid, it's fine. You can post it in chat. But I want to know what Pokemon it is and what their Tera type is, so that I can prepare for it. I don't think anybody wants a Honchkrow. Let's let him go. Hey, look at that. We've actually been doing pretty good on the Mysticas today. That's like our 5th Mystica today. We're doing pretty good on them. Yeah, some weekends we don't get any, but this weekend we're actually getting a few. That's cool. Okay, I was going to say, Christian, if you want, just in case my other people can't see it in chat, go ahead and post the code again, and I will take it and post it myself so that everybody else sees it. And while you're doing that, I am going to fly over here, because I know I have not checked a couple of flying ones. Yeah, these 2 I have not checked, so we're going to fly over here real quick. Oh, well, the code may have expired at this point. Yeah, that 2HCYYS, it's already expired. Yeah, if it's been more than 3 minutes, that thing expired. I know you guys don't play Star Trek Online, and you probably never will, even though it's free. It's free. But there's a new event in Star Trek Online. Pretty decent little event. Even gives you credit toward the meta event. Should look at it. Okay. What kind of Pokemon, though? You still haven't told us what kind of Pokemon it is. Or the Tera type. Jump over here, go to the portal. Do, 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 do. Okay, I'm going to share the code with chat here. Again, guys, I don't know what this is. We're just going to go in blind. 5D8. P5Q. I have no clue what I'm getting into here. Come on, no errors, no errors. What do we got here? Oh, a Mimikyu Poison. Oh. You know, Groudon might actually be the best option there. Yeah, I'm going to stick with Groudon. There we go, look at that. We're all filled up. Well, there you go. That's who Christian is. I honestly, Christian, I still don't understand why your name is not showing up in my chat. I don't get it. Because I see you in Restream chat. I see that you're watching on YouTube, but I'm looking at my live feed on YouTube and I don't see the chat there. That's just so weird. Hold on, let me change that. Well, there you are. Okay, I think because I had it on top chat and not complete full chat. There we go. Okay, so we're good now. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I'll just put it on top chat, especially if I'm getting a lot of spammers. So it's possible at some point I was getting a lot of spam, and so I just put it to regular chat. Or to preferred chat, I guess, is what they call it. Bam! Ooh, Precipice Blades. I like when his little disguise breaks and his head just kind of goes sideways. If you find more rage, you'll let me know. Awesome. That works. Spartha's already burned. Come on. There we go. Oops, look back. Why you want to burn me? Turn around, buddy. He's like, I'm facing the wrong direction. Groudon's great, but he ain't that smart. He's like, okay, boss, I'll go do it. Yeah, eat it, buddy. You can't deal with the Groudon. Alright, I'm gonna go check out those flying ones now. What do we got here? Grappa berries, big pearls. Oh, pearl strings. Yeah, those pearl strings are actually, what, like 10,000 each, I think? That's not bad. You made me rich with pearl strings. Actually, I don't mind the money. That's another reason why I like doing the raids, because they generally give you a decent amount of money. Well, they give you items which you can then sell for the money. But I've been spending so much money on bottle caps recently. Bottle caps and what's that guy? Okay, never mind. Bottle caps and vitamins that I actually don't mind getting a little more money. I think I'm up to like 600,000 again finally. But I literally burned all of my money and all of my LP on vitamins and bottle caps. Hey, look at that. There we go. A Gallade. 5-star flying type. Flying does not like electric. They also don't like ice, but I would not recommend ice here because I believe he has a fighting move. So we're going to go with good old Zapdos. There we go. CRL 974. I need to get that monkey. I actually don't have a Zarude. Would like to get the monkey though. I'll eventually find a way to get him. Oh, I had mentioned it last week or the week before about possibly replaying Legends Arceus to get the legendaries again. I went ahead and I started doing it. I'm still pretty early on because it does take time. But I'm going to do it again so I can get all the legendaries again. So I will end up with an extra Cresselia, extra Arceus, extra Giratina, all that stuff. So I can probably use those as a way to get the Zarude. Like, I'll trade you Arceus for Zarude. Hey Carter. We're just doing 5- and 6-star raids. By the way, if you guys have a 6-star raid on your map, let us know what it is, and we'll see about getting a team together to get it done. Uh-oh. Somebody got disabled. Oh, your judgment got disabled. Oh, that's terrible. I hope you have something else. I mean, we're taking this guy out pretty fast anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. Pretty sure I have a 6-star. Which 6-star is it? Yeah, just tell us the Pokemon and the Tera type, and then we can see about getting stuff ready for it. Like, some 6-stars are actually not that hard. They're actually soloable, and then others, it's just a pain in the butt. Like, I'd mentioned that that Lycanroc that I got earlier, the Dusk version, it was a 6-star. It was a 6-star Lycanroc Dusk version, but I was able to solo it. I doubt that too many 6-stars are that easy. I've only soloed like 1 or 2 other 6-stars. Most of the other ones, I generally need a team. God, this guy's hitting hard. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a heal because I know I'm not the strongest one, but I'm gonna do a heal here because we're in trouble. Oh, it looks like we're all gonna get a couple of heals. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I'll do another heal here. We could use it. It's flying. I'm about to check the Pokédex. So flying. Okay, so we could take our lightning boys in there. 6-star Hippowdon Rock Tera. Oh man. I want to do that one, But I can tell you right now, those Hippowdons, they are tanky as heck. It's going to be a pain in the butt to beat that one. We could take a water type in there to do it. It won't be easy, though. Let me see. Carter has a flying 6-star Talonflame. That one actually shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, I think I've got a water boy I can take in there to deal with that. Oh, and if anybody can't get into one of these raids, but you still want the Pokemon, oh, look at that, another Mystica. We're doing good on Mystica today, man. That's 6th one. But as I was saying, if we do one of these raids and you're unable to get into the raid, but you actually want the Pokemon, just say something and I'll catch it and then I'll just give it to you. Because most of these Pokemon I really don't need. That's why I'm not catching them. Not bad, I guess. We did get the Mystica and an ability capsule. So I think it was Carter hopped in first, saying that he had one. So a 6-star Talonflame. So he's flying. Oh, I don't want to take... I'm thinking of who I would take. I don't want to take Qua in there because he'll get romped. Let me see. Oh, I could take this little guy. He's got some water in him, doesn't he? Let's see. He's got liquidation, doesn't he? Yes, he has surf and liquidation. Okay. Oh, that's cool, Flare. I mean, if you want to stay in a raid, that's perfectly fine. That's why I say whenever we do these, if anybody actually wants that Pokemon, just say something and I'll just catch it. That's what I've been doing for the longest time, is just catching all of them and then just trading them away. Yes, Carter, please set up the link code. I've already got... I'll bring a little, the little rabbit here. Because I don't think I really have anything else that's going to work too well against him. The rabbit should be fine. Oh, wait. Inteleon. If you have Inteleon, if y'all got the Inteleon from that raid, that would actually be a good option here, too. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's a flying. I'm stupid. Okay, never mind, never mind. So it's flying. So, okay, yeah, electric would be fine. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I just kept thinking Talonflame, Talonflame. I completely forgot that it was flying. Okay. So, yeah, I guess I'm going to just bring the Zapdos. Or I could bring Miraidon. You know, I think I will bring Miraidon. And you all bring whoever you want, but I'm going to bring Miraidon specifically because he does the electric terrain. So I'll do that so that I can power everybody up. So, Christian, you're saying you would want the Talonflame? If you would want the Talonflame, then yeah, I'll go ahead and catch it for you. Plus, it being a 6-star, it'll immediately be level 75, and it will have really good stats. We're just waiting on Carter now. He'll be here with the code in a moment. While we're waiting for that, how about a jelly donut?
These donuts are great. Jelly filled are my favorite. Nothing beats a jelly filled donut.
That still makes me laugh. I still can't believe they did that. Not the actual talking of the jelly filled thing, but the fact that they changed out the rice cakes, well, not rice cakes, but the rice thingies for jelly donuts instead. It's so goofy. Everything okay over there, Carter? He's like, I'm trying to get it to work. Don't want to work. I think Carter started it and then he realized he wasn't online. And he's like, oh crap, I gotta go online, hold on. So now he's clicking online. There we go. C6. FYG. G8. No errors, no errors. The Doge. Speaking of emotes, don't forget if you're a member, you get extra emotes like this little guy. Oh well, Frost is already bringing his Miraidon. Well, I guess I could still bring mine. That's fine. Oh, whoa! What happened? Why'd you cancel the raid? What happened, man? Yeah, you canceled the raid. Okay. Yeah, it says raid was canceled. Oh, okay, so we're getting a new code. Okay, here we go. 5G. G. Time did not run out. It was getting close, but it wasn't over yet. 5FV. Q. Oh, go back. Come on. It's thinking. There we go. Oh, everybody's bringing Miraidon now. Okay, so since you guys are bringing Miraidon, I'll just bring Zapdos. Because we're going to get electric terrain from it anyway. Alright, here we go. And I gotta remember, I gotta catch Talonflame. Okay. Imagine if it's shiny. I have a shiny Talonflame. So if it were shiny, I wouldn't mind. I would still catch it and give it to him. Hey, Lewis. Yeah, a promise is a promise, man. If I catch it and if it ends up being a shiny, he's still gonna get it. And it makes it easier for me because I already have the shiny. So it's like I'm not really losing out on anything. I mean, it would have been nice to get a second one, but it's like, it's alright. Ooh, he brought Sunny Day. Yeah, that Sunny Day is not going to be fun. Yeah, he's going to hit us pretty hard. Ooh, yeah, he's hitting us pretty hard. I'm already going to break out a heal. Oops. Okay. We're doing okay as far as damage, though. I'll actually just keep healing from here on in. You guys keep attacking, I'll keep healing. If it'll let me get my cheer off here. Here we go. There we go. Man, he is hitting me really hard. I'll just keep cheering. If this is a good cheer, I should survive next round, but even then, we're doing great on time, so I think even a death wouldn't really hurt us that much. But I'd rather not die. Come on, make it a good heal. Ugh, that was not a good heal. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is hurting now badly. And I'm burned. No! Don't die, little guy. I keep paralyzing him, though. Oh, thank you for the heal. Who else did the heal? Here's my last heal. I'll put it out there. I don't think you guys need it, but I do. Oh, he may already be dead. What ball would you like me to put the Talonflame in? I know it's a little late, but... I do have a few balls. But for real, but Pokeball. I was just gonna put him in like a luxury ball or something. Yeah, luxury ball. We'll put him in a luxury ball. Oh my goodness! Ability Patch, Bottle Cap, and Mystica. Man, we are just having a good day with rewards. This is amazing. That's like everything that you would want. Well, at least everything that I would want. That is some amazing rewards. Excellent. Wow. That ability patch is so darn useful. And obviously the bottle cap is a must-have. And anytime I don't have to buy another bottle cap, it's always good. So who wanted the Talonflame? I'm going to trade the Talonflame real quick, and then we can do the next one. I believe it was Flare had another one for us, but let me trade this this Talonflame real quick. We'll set a code of 174552. You have another 5 store? Well, we're gonna do flares. Flare had said he wanted to a stare. Flare said he had a 6-star he wanted us to do. So we're gonna do flares, and then we can come back and do yours. Okay, so whoever wanted this Talonflame, hop on in there, and I'll trade it to you. Well, if I don't get anybody to jump in on this, I'll just save it, and you all can remind me later if you still want it. No one found? Okay, that's fine. I'll just hold on to it for now then. Alright, Flare. Flare mentioned that he had a 6-star. Yeah, go ahead. Finish. Because if we try to do another one right now, we probably wouldn't get a full team. So I'll give them a couple minutes. Let them do their thing. And while they're doing that, I can go check this psychic one over here. It would be nice if I found another Dusk Lycanroc. Because again, I know some people don't have it. I know I didn't. Go straight. Crazy monkey. No! Look out! Alright, here we go. What do we got? Oh, look at that thing. A psychic 5-star Garchomp. Garchomp is usually pretty hard on his own. I mean, in the 5 stars, and in the 6 stars especially. So a psychic. And he's a groundy boy, so he does ground and dragon moves. Let's see, but Psychic... Psychic does not like Bug, Ghost, and Dark. You know, this actually might not be that hard. We could probably run this using Annihilate. Annihilate would be a good choice. Umbrian would be good for supporting. Heck, I might even bring Spidops. Spidops. Nah, I think I'll bring Annihilate. What's super effective against it? I just named them. Super effective against Psychic is going to be Bug, Ghost, and Dark. So any of those. That's why I was saying Annihilate, because Annihilate is Ghost. Umbrian is good because he can also do super effective, but he's usually meant for... he usually does more of a supporter role. Bug... the only bug, like I said, that I really run is Spidops. I have other bugs, but I don't really use them. I'll give them like another minute to finish their raid, and then I'll start this one. And then if we don't have anything, Christian, I think said has a 6-star as well, so we can do Christian 6-star. While we're waiting, Christian, what is your 6-star? What's the Pokemon and Tera type? Pride emojis. YouTube emojis, people emojis, nature, food. I'm just looking through the emojis right now while I'm waiting. Symbols. Symbols? Oh. Oh, symbols. Okay. Oh, you're in the raid right now. Okay, don't worry about it then. Yeah, go ahead and finish your raid. Custom emoji time! Yeah, Psyduck. And you do get that if you're a member. You can use Psyduck. I wish he was animated. Did y'all get him? Excellent. While we're doing that, let me go and grab my Annihilate, and then we should get started. I'm gonna bring my Ghosty Boy. I actually have 2 Annihilates. This one tears to Ghost, so we'll do that one. Were the rewards any good from Hippo Boy? Sorry, I'm cracking my fingers. Okay, no word on... Well, I'm gonna start. I mean, they get 3 minutes from the time I start anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna start the timer. I imagine they should definitely be done, like, in a minute. Oh my god. That's the easiest code ever. There you go. 000J0X. All you know is it's a ground? Okay. I guess y'all got it. How are the rewards? And in case y'all want to immediately hop into this raid, we're already ready to go. Got a couple spots. This one should be easier. It's just 5-star. Even though it's Garchomp. You got an herb? Oh, that's good. There we go. We're all full again. I will use Screech immediately. So if you've got physical moves, that's going to really help it. Oh, look at you bringing an Urshifu. Okay, that actually works. That's perfect. Well, let me see. Ground. If you've got a dark, yeah, I think he has a dark punch, doesn't he? Some sort of dark punch. But even then, you're going to get a benefit from my Screech, so that's fine. Ooh, bringing a flying boy. Oh, but he's dark. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, plus you're immune to the ground moves. That's actually a great choice, Frost. Yeah, because he's flying and dark, I think. Wow, we're all Violet players. I actually have a shiny Juggalus, but I just don't even use it. There we go, we got one Screech. If we can get at least a couple of Screeches, this should be super easy. Alright, that's 2 Screeches. That should be enough. Rob should be able to smack the crap out of him now. Even with the shield, you should still do a ton of damage here. Ooh, nice. There you go. Oh, and it was just in time, too. He just nullified stat changes. Come on, I want to get at least one punch off. Let me get my Rage Fist. Gonk. Yeah, he wasn't that bad. Anybody want the Garchomp? I doubt it. Nobody's asked. So he runs away. Give us good rewards. Oh my god, dude. We are doing so good on Mysticas today. We're just having a field day with Mysticas right now. Alright, Christian. You had one you wanted us to do with you. Yeah, we're just getting so many Mysticas today, man. I think we're at like at least 10. At least just on the ones that I've been involved in. We've gotten at least 10. Christian had one that we were gonna do, and then we can do the other one after Carter. All right, so HR 40 GB. Come on, no errors. Please no. God dang it. Oh, come on. And this is not you guys. This is just their server being stupid. It's some weeks I have no problems, and then other weeks it's like this, where it's nothing but problems. I'm probably gonna miss out on this one too. GB. Come on, get in there. No errors. Oh, thank you. Whew, okay. A ground pelipper. Actually, I'm gonna bring Qua. Because he's a groundy boy. Actually, let's bring the other Qua. We'll bring this guy. I was the last one in. Is that a Diancie? I actually want a Diancie. I don't have one. I thought I did, but it turns out I didn't. Oh, an Oricorio. Don't see many Oricorios. At least not that version of Oricorio. Oh, that's a Magearna. Oh, okay. It looks sort of similar to the Diancie, I guess. It's kind of tiny on my screen, though. Okay. I also want a Magearna, too. Magearna's pretty awesome. Oh, that's another one where we have to decide how to say its name. Is it Magearna or Magearna? I say Magearna. But I have heard other people say Magearna. I always go with the hard G. Oh man, I guess I could have brought Inteleon. That's fine. I don't really use Aqua Step. I mean, I have it. It's just that I have better stuff. My liquidation hits harder. Chilling water's a good start. Good job. It really is. It lowers the attack. Oh, now he's doing mist. Good thing didn't use the bird. I mean, I could adjust and I could use it, but I just normally go with liquidation first. Oh my goodness. Okay, that hurt. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle now. He's doing wind moves or flying moves. I'll be smart and I'll do a heal and hopefully I won't die. Oh no, Rob died. Uh-oh, we already had a death. And I might not be far behind. I didn't realize he was going to hit me that hard. Because this guy's defense is actually pretty good. So I thought he'd be able to absorb something like that. But man, he hit hard. I might die. Oh, darn it. Modified stat changes and abilities. Great. Well, we've had 2 deaths. So, if we go to a 3rd death, it may get kind of ugly. Okay, where's my Pokemon? Why is it not out yet? There it goes. Oh no, we had a. Oh, but we needed that. We might still pull this off even with 3 deaths. Here, I'm doing cheers. I'm trying to keep y'all up, man. We just gotta let the Inteleon hit one more time. Man, that thing hits hard. There we go. Whew. Okay. We got out of there by the skin of our teeth, man. 3 deaths. You usually can't beat a 6-star if you have 3 deaths. But since the damage was so high, it equaled out. Bottle cap. No Mystica, but a bottle cap. Bold mint, and a bunch of pearls. Let's see. Carter found a 5-star flying Mastiff. Could probably take in. Oh, he's. Let me see. Mastiff does dark moves. Why is it saying I'm out in the ocean? Look at my map. What is going on with my map? Okay, there it goes. Now loaded. Oop, wrong button. Christian, if you want to throw your code up there, go for it. I'm trying to think. So he's flying. If he's flying, we could probably just take electric. I don't think that dog has a ground move that it does. I know he does dark moves, and I know he does a fighting move. It was a rush to Tera, pretty much. Especially when I found that he was hitting us so hard, I was like, oh boy. Let's see, 0K. ACX. H1. Come on, don't give me an error, please. Pelipper. He's actually not bad. Pelipper's pretty good. Yeah, don't sleep on Pelipper. You guys keep using your Arceus, and I'm just like, Zapdos! I'm doing Zapdos this week. Yeah, I think Pelipper gets a lot of crap because he looks goofy, but he's actually not bad. He can be pretty good. Yeah, plus he had Mist. Didn't he use Mist on us? Mist is always handy. Oh, he's got Intimidate. Completely forgot he has Intimidate. At least he's smiling at us. I've actually started running some more of those on some of my Pokemon, even for Tera raids. Stuff like Mist and what was that other one? I forget exactly what it was. There's 2 of them, 2 main ones that I use. They prevent status conditions, and they also prevent the lowering of stats. It's Zai. What's going on, man? Zai is one of our members. He's not smiling. I'm making a joke. Look at his face. I know he's growling, but he didn't say he's smiling. Mist taunt, electric terrain. You guys prevent sleep. Yeah, mist terrain as well. Yeah, some of those moves I have been using them more and more, and others I've actually been kind of putting them on as many Pokemon as I can, because I've found, again, just from doing all these raids over the last few months with a bunch of people, most people don't really run support. They just don't. And so I've found that I've been having to do some support role stuff. And so that's why a lot of my Pokemon, you'll see that they have stuff like Screech, Helping Hand, and stuff like Electric Terrain just to help out. And again, I've been using Mist more and more often. I've kind of rediscovered Mist the last couple of weeks. So I don't have too many Pokemon with Mist right now, but it's starting to get up there. I think there's maybe like one other person here that comes to the streams occasionally that likes to run their support Umbreon. They bring it almost every time. Another Mystica. Oh my god. So many Mysticas. Kelpsie Berry, Naughty Mint. It's good rewards. I also run other stuff like you had mentioned something preventing sleep, the Electric Terrain. I also like to run Throat Chop. Like if we're going up against a Pokemon like a Blissey that I know is going to use sleep, Throat Chop that sucker. You ain't singing right now. There you go. Fake Tears, Screech, Helping Hand, Taunt. Those are really good. Support Umbreon is very, very good. Because I found I was training up my Umbreon, and at first he wasn't really hitting that hard. And I was like, that's unfortunate. And I moved some of his stats around, and he's hitting a little bit harder, but I still couldn't get him to where I really wanted him. So I was like, maybe it's best if I just do support. So I switched in some support moves like the Helping Hand. So much better. So much better as a support. Yeah, some Pokemon are just not really made to be like devastating attackers. They're much better suited for support roles. And Umbreon's one of them. Oh, how about this? 5-star Obama Snow. And I do say Obama, not Obama Snow. I just call him Obama, sorry. Has the highest defensive stat pulls out of all the EVs. Yeah, so he can stay alive. Yeah, he can keep himself alive for a long time. And he can support. So yeah. Alright, so a Groundy Boy. He shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, this guy should be pretty easy. I could probably just bring in, let me see, he does ice. I think I'm going to have a little fun. I'm going to use my bunny, if I can find him. I think Bunny's over here. Yeah, we're just going to use the Azumarill. Oh, sorry, I'm yawning. Man, it's already been 3.5 hours. I told myself I wasn't going to do 5 hours today, and I probably still won't. But I'm actually feeling okay now. Earlier when I started the raid, y'all probably weren't here, but when I first started the stream, I felt like Dookie. Like bad. I was like, ugh. I was like, I really don't want to do 5 hours today. I was like, but I wanted to do the stream, because that's my thing. And so I was like, I want to do at least 3 hours. So I've already hit that mark, but I actually feel okay now. I'm not great, but I feel better than I did. Oh, there you go. Rob with the Umbreon. Yeah, I'm just so you know, I'm immediately going to do Belly Drum and then probably, what is it, Waterfall? Oh, no, I'm going to do Liquidation. Belly Drum Liquidation is what I'm going to do. So if you want to throw Helping Hands on me, that's fine. Sap Sipper Azumarill. Does he have Sap Sipper? I think this guy has huge power. Yeah, this particular guy has huge power. I think. I could be wrong. I have 2 of them. Oh, this is... Yeah, but... oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, though. But he also does ice moves. Yeah, I guess he's a grass type, too. Hammer doesn't hit you. If it does, then I guess we're gonna find out the hard way. I'm hoping to finish this off as quickly as possible. Because if I can belly drum and then Umbrian possibly give me the helping hands and I get the hit off, I can probably one-shot him. So that's what I'm hoping for. But thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot that he's also partially grass. Frost, we're waiting on you, dude. I think he's still choosing a Pokemon. You'll cheer turn 1. Thank you. Oh, you're bringing the... Isn't he called the head Pokemon or something like that? Or, oh no, he's like a face Pokemon. I forget what exactly it's called. You got a 5-star Oh, you have a 5-star Gars raid. What's a Gars raid? Is that like Gengar? Watch him immediately hit me with the wood hammer and I'm dead. The head Pokemon. I'm being serious! I think that's what he's called. He's either called the head or the face Pokemon. I forget exactly which one it is. I just remember reading it and thinking, that's weird. He used Leer. Oh, everybody's defense goes down. Thank you for the heal, though. That helps. Oh! See, that's what I'm saying. If I would have had helping hands there, I would have killed him. Yeah, I would have immediately killed him with that. Ooh, but darn, he hit me with the... Oh, that was a crit, too. Okay. I'll heal myself now. If you guys want to go and attack, I'll heal myself now. I got my little move off. I'm happy. So, there you go. They're like, we're all supporters, though. Oh, okay. He's gonna reset stats unless I didn't. Did I miss it? Did he reset stats already? Opposing team stronger. Oh, okay. It's no escaping it. Oh, wow, he's actually not hitting that hard. Okay, well, I said I was going to heal myself, so let me heal myself. The Screech helped, though. The Screech definitely helped there. Oh, you're giving me helping hand now? I'm a little low, so I don't know if I really want to... Oh well, I'll do it. I'll just attack again. I'll do another liquidation. Ooh, there you go. See, Blue Bunny's fine. We're okay. Little Blue Bunny hits like a truck. Yeah, this. I mean, I know he's not Sap Sipper, but he has huge power. That's why I wanted to bring him because I knew he would hit like a truck. I knew you could do it. The heal helped, though. If you hadn't given me that heal right off the bat, I think I might have died. Decent rewards. Couple star pieces. Oh, a common shard. Lots of money in that one. You got your shiny Charizard to level 100. Alright, Carter said that he's got a 5-star flying Hax. Does Hax do ground moves? I don't remember what he does. Yeah, I sincerely don't remember if he does ground moves. Because if he does ground moves, that's going to be a little... And he's only a 5-star, but still, it's going to hurt a few of us. Unless one of us has a Levitate. Do we have an electric with a Levitate? We'll do Carters, and then we'll do Christians. How about that? Yeah, I'll do both of those. Because I think I might be out now. I said I was out earlier, but I think I might really be out too. L738. Eight 1K. Outside? What are you saying outside? Been closed? Yeah, it says it was closed, man. No raid found. Did you change the code? You said you are out? Oh, it's full. Oh, that's too bad. I'll wait for the next one then. That's cool. No, not outside. I mean, out of 5-star raids. I mean, I can still go look, but I don't think I have anymore. Yeah, I can't really... I think I've already looked at all of these. Did I have any out here? No. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize... Oh, never mind. That just happened to be in the area. Okay. Yeah, I think I've checked pretty much all of my raids. Yeah, I've already checked those, Oh, I didn't see this fighting out here earlier. I'll go check this one. How far away is it? Oh, it's not that bad. While you guys do that, I'll go check this fighting. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'd rather use the Electros because I think Magnezone requires that you actually use it as a move. Yeah, the Magnet Rise is a move, whereas Levitate, it's an ability. So I would rather use the Electros. That's just my thing, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, we're going again? I'll try. Oh, it always goes last. Okay, so 8-0 G 1 VB. No communication partner was found. Oh my god! You keep why do you keep changing the codes? What's going on, man? I don't have to get in. It's fine if I don't get in. You guys can still go for it. Just in case that's why you're changing the code. I don't know if that's the reason why, but it's fine. I don't mind waiting. PJ2. What is happening, man? Okay, so none of the codes have worked. Okay, things are a little weird right now, so I'm gonna go and check this fighting raid that I have here. while Carter hopefully figures out what's going on. After watching Zeppla HQ MTG capture Asmongold, Purple Radra's Pokemon YouTube's videos, YouTube's recommending me your streams. Oh, well, I guess the recommendation thing kind of works. I do Match the Gathering and Pokemon. We're just doing Tera raids, in case you were wondering. Final Fantasy 14. It's just a 5-star. Oh, someone left. Why did Frost leave? No idea. If you guys want, just go ahead and do it. It's fine. Like I said, I don't mind waiting for the next raid. It's perfectly fine. Are we going to do unions? I generally don't do unions. Um, Mostly because I've found that they really go off the rails very quickly. And they're kind of, I don't want to say they're boring, but it's like there's really not too much to do in them other than just getting together and doing raids and maybe do like a shiny hunt or something. I don't really do shiny hunts myself, so yeah. I mean, we've done them before, but I mean, I personally just don't find them all that exciting. The only time that I've really been okay with doing unions or union circles is if somebody needs help, like finding a Pokemon, or if they need help with whatchamacallit, the Palafin Finizen thing, where you have to be in a union circle for it to actually evolve. Yeah, we don't really find people that need that anymore nowadays, so we're just gonna like, eh. 6-star Dragon Tera Gengar. Oof, I hate Gengar so much, though. Ah, don't touch that guy. Let's see. So a Dragon Gengar. I don't really have too many Dragon Boys that I could bring. Let me think. Brandon George with the Pride Heart. Are you enjoying Pride Month? Oh, he tears to steel. Yeah, I don't really have anything that tears to dragon. Dragon, yeah, Dragon Fairy or Ice. I could. Wait, hold on. I think this one's Psychic. Yeah, that's Psychic. I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Let me see. What's this guy? He's fighting. That's also Psychic. Oh, I know who I could bring. I could bring the bear. I have a bear. Where is he? Here we go, Biardic. I could bring this guy. He's actually not bad. His speed is not good, but he's not bad. Oh, wait, I have a better idea. I know who I can bring. Yeah. Throw the dragon up there. Throw the Dragon Gengar up there. I want to do him now. I know exactly who to bring. There we go. Okay. MF. Okay. That stands for my father, not the other. My father trademarks monkeys. 54. There we go. Okay. I know exactly who to bring here. The only bad thing is, well, actually, I could still play some defense. Okay, so I won't be totally useless if he has Disable, or if he uses what is it, Cursed Body. Yeah, I should be okay because this guy only has one attack. It hits really hard when it works, but he's only got one attack. So at the very least, if he Cursed Bodies my attack, I can still do some stuff to help the team. So we're good. Okay. And I'm bringing Glastrier. We're about to do 6-star Gengar Dragon if y'all want to try to hop in, for those of you who just finished the other raid. I hope I'm able to pull off the Glastrier move that I want to. If one of you happens to have Screech, that would be awesome. I'll just say that. Even one thing of Screech would be amazing. That's how hard this Glastrier could possibly hit. He may not even need Screech, but generally what I do is I just do one thing of Sword Dance, and then I do Avalanche. And because Glashier's speed is so slow, he always goes second. So then you get the additional benefit of Avalanche. And his attack is insanely high to begin with. Cursed Body is a good point. Yeah, Cursed Body is... yeah. And it will hit you. And especially since, like me, I only have one attack, it's gonna get me. It's just a matter of when it gets me. Can you have the Gengar? Yeah, sure. I'll catch the Gengar. Alright, we're all ready to go. Let's go, Rob. I'll turn one Screech and Helping Hand's turn 2. That actually sounds awesome. If you do that, we could kill this thing by turn 2. It's possible. That, again, I'm telling you, that's how hard this Glastrier hits. He's slower than a snail, but man, does he hit hard. To offer for my shiny Giratina. I'm good, but thank you. I'm working to get a second Giratina. Actually, a third one, I think. I think I have a second one. Yeah, don't sleep on Glastrier, man. This little icy boy's amazing. I just hope that he attacks. All I need for Gengar to do is attack me. If he can attack me, then this should be a very short fight. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he attacked. Come on, hit hard, buddy. Oh, oh there you go. I told you, this boy is hard. That worked out beautifully. Thank you for the support on there. That was beautiful. The Screech Helping Hands work perfect. Can we do your raid? Absolutely, Christian. What is your code? And I'm catching the Gengar for you. That guy, he hits so hard it was brutal. We're gonna do Christian's raid. Oh, look at that, a Mystica. Nice. A Rashment, a couple of star pieces of PP up. Good rewards too. Yeah, Christian has a raid he wanted us to help him with. Yeah, go ahead and share your raid. But yeah, that Glastrier dude, that dude is insane. When I first saw his stats when I brought him over, I was like, oh my god. His stats are nuts. And I did retrain him a bit, so he's even stronger now. But yeah, that dude is insane. Like I said, he's slow as heck, but that benefits him. No joke, I think his speed, is like 45 or something. It's like stupid slow. Calyrex Ice. Wanted Spectrier, but my mind has changed. I have both. I actually have both of them. Somebody traded me a Spectrier. I was like, are you sure? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay. So I have a Spectrier also, but I enjoy Glastrier better. All right, so Christian's code 4LP. Let me get loaded up here real quick. Yes, somebody traded me one. Who are these people that you speak of? Weird people. People sometimes trade me really good stuff. I mean, that's cool. I mean, they're just being nice, I guess. Okay, 4LP. I mean, that's how I got my Meltan. Somebody, I was doing a stream when I was playing Sword and Shield. And it was still when I was very early on in Sword and Shield. And Sword and Shield was my first Pokemon game. So I had never played Pokemon before. And I was doing a stream, and somebody came on, and I was like, yeah, I mean, I've known about Pokemon, obviously, but I've never played one of the games. This is my first game. And I think at that point, my Pokemon were like in their 40s or 50s. They weren't, I wasn't that far along. And the guy was like, oh, dude, I want to give you this Pokemon then. I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. And he gave me a Meltan. And I was like, oh, that's cool, man. And it was from Pokemon Go. Let's see, so we got Grass. We could actually just use Flying against this guy. Do I have Flying? I don't think I have a fly. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. I can use poison. Let me see. It's a bird, right? Okay, yeah, I could use poison. We're good. This is another one that's actually pretty good at Eternatus. He's not as he doesn't have that one shot power like Glastrier does, but he's still pretty strong. It might have a rock move. I'll chance it. I'm gonna chance it. I mean, because again, his defense is actually not terrible. I think his defense is his physical defense is like 250, so it's not bad. It's actually pretty good. So he should be able to survive. It has rock slide. Oh, okay, I think I'll be all right. I mean, I've already chosen it anyway, so I'm in. And it's only a 5-star, so it shouldn't be that bad. If we're a 6-star, I'd be a little worried. Every time you come in with that monkey, dude, I'm just like, God, I want that Zarude. The Charizard won't be. Oh, yeah, the Charizard. That's right, because he's flying. Yeah, that Charizard's going to get popped a little hard there. Well, Dada might die. Plus, Eternatus just looks good. I just go right for it, Sludge Bomb. Oh, don't make me flinch. Okay, good. There we go. I'm trying to poison him. Excellent! Immediately poisoned him. Please don't take it off, dude. Please don't take it off, you stupid bird. That's the only thing that annoys me, is sometimes he immediately takes the poison off after I put it on him. Oh crap, he is going to take it off. Oh, don't... God dang it. Oh well. Oh yeah, the Charizard got hit pretty hard. Poor Charizard. Needed to heal yourself, buddy. Jungle healing. Oh my gosh, I've never seen that move. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm trying to do a 2-hit combo here. Because I do the Sludge Bomb and then I do the other thingy. Yeah, torment me all you want, buddy. Yeah, I try to do Sludge Bomb and then Venoshock, because Venoshock hits... Oh, that's right, I can't do that now. Because Venoshock hits extra hard if he's already poisoned. That's why I was trying to poison him right off the bat. Man, he really likes Sucker Punch. He's trying to get me to flinch, apparently. Come on, poison. Poison! I'm thinking about just using that one other move. What is it? I forget the one that immediately puts the poison on him. It doesn't cause any initial damage, but it immediately poisons. Oh my god, what are you doing? Come on. There we go. Toxic, thank you. There you go. Yeah. I would use Toxic, but that first one, the Sludge Bomb, actually hits pretty hard. And I generally have okay luck with the poison actually being applied. But yeah, I think he can learn Toxic too. Zarude wasn't totally useless. No, he's got that heal. Yeah, I mean, it's Zarude. He's gonna have something that he can do. Played nurse. A 6-star Mavistiff. Another Mystica. Wow. Naughty Mint. Kelpsy Berries. Star Piece. What's the Tera type? Oh, flying. A 6-star flying Mastiff. What was that one move that he used that I didn't think he was going to have? Because he does dark moves and he did another move that I didn't think he was going to have. I gotta check the calculator. Where's the calculator? Sorry, I'm checking the Tera calculator real quick. Crunch, outrage, taunt, takedown, and reversal. It's actually not too bad. It actually says Fluttermane is a good counter. I actually, maybe I want to bring my Fluttermane. 6-star has outrage. Yeah, here it is, the outrage. It's on there. It's still telling me that I should bring Mimikyu or Fluttermane. Or Enamorus. I have Enamorus. 5-star has play rough. Oh, okay. Alright, well, let me get over to the portal. And then we'll hop in and do your raid here. I'm trying to remember if my Enamorus is even done. I think it is. I think I've maxed out Enamorus. I guess we'll find out. Just waiting on Carter now. Oh, and by the way, if you have not subscribed, now would be a great time to do it. I do these every Saturday, as long as I'm not dead or very sick. I try to do these every Saturday, usually start at about 10 a.m. Central Time, and usually go between 3 and 5 hours. So, yeah. Not only that, again, while we have a minute... Oh, well, there's the code. I was going to say, well, we have a minute, but the code popped up. DY... 6QXR. Come on. Oh, really? No! Dang it. I'm going to sit here in limbo for a little bit then. Yeah, it's not going to... There it goes. Okay. Alright, well, let's go again. When can you get the Gengar? Thank you for reminding me about the Gengar. I forget about that stuff really, really easily. If you want, let's do it right after this raid. That way I don't forget. Didn't you want the Flame Talon too? Because I got the Flame Talon. I'll give you both of them. And again, when you trade, I mean, it obviously requires that you offer me something in trade. You can just trade me like a junk Pokemon. It doesn't matter. But again, we're waiting for Carter. So while we're waiting... Oh, there's another code again. Okay. Here we go. 6, 5, K, 1, S4. So flying. What was I gonna bring? Oh right, Fluttermane. Why was it telling me to bring Fluttermane? Or Enamorus? Does flying not like fairy? I can't remember. Electric, ice, and rock. So electric, ice, and rock. I think I'm just gonna bring Zapdos. It's kind of a no-brainer there. Yeah, because he does dark, and then he has... Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Let me see. Yeah, crunch, reversal, outrage, takedown, taunt. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Zapdos should be fine. Oh, you're bringing the Moth. Iron Moth. He's flying and bug, or is he flying in fire? I can't remember. Or flying electric. I don't use Iron Moth very much, so I don't know what he is. I think I've only ever used him like once in a raid. He's just not one of my primary Pokemon. I hear he's really good, but I just have other options. Fire poison? Oh, okay. So he's really different. I kind of noticed, I don't think we have a support Pokemon here. Oh, no we do. We have Iron Moth. He's doing Screech. The only bad thing is that both of my moves, I only have 2 moves, and they're both special attack. So that Screech is not really going to help me. But that's fine. Hopefully you guys can do some physical moves. I'm going to do a quick cheer. In fact, I think all of our moves are special attack, aren't they? Yeah, I think between the 3 of us that are attacking right now, is Judgment special? There you go, Rob, I saved you. Rob getting a little low there. Yeah, I think we have all special attacks, so the Screech unfortunately is not helping. It'll probably help the Moth. So there you go. Yeah. As long as it helps you, I guess it's still fine doing it. Oh wait, I have Pluck, but it's not. Unfortunately, it's not a super effective move. Iron Moth needs to Acid Spray. I'll do Pluck just out of curiosity to see how hard it hits. Well, because I'm really not doing a ton of damage, especially with the shield on. Okay, yeah, it didn't do that hard. Yeah, Pluck didn't really do much. Mothy's Discharge, that's special. Yes, it is. Yeah, unfortunately, the Screech is not helping at all. It was... His heart was in the right place, guys, so I'll give him that. But yeah, unfortunately. If anything, the one thing you would want to bring instead, if you're going to be using the special, would be Fake Tears. Yeah, Fake Tears would have been amazing here. In fact, I'm going to check and see after, probably later on today, I want to see if Zapdos can learn Fake Tears. No, I'm actually hitting harder now that I'm Tera. Okay, that's not bad. Fake Tears or Metal Sound. Yeah, Metal Sound would be good. You know, Miraidon. My Miraidon has Metal Sound. And he was my go-to electric until I got this Zapdos up. Trying to Zapdos nasty plot. Yeah, I just finished Zapdos, so I'm still not completely done with his moveset. So I guess I could do nasty plot. I don't remember if he can learn it though. I'm trying to remember. I think the reason I put Pluck in there was because when I was leveling him up, I kept running into Chanseys, and Chanseys have massive defense against special attacks, but not against physicals. So that's why I put Pluck in there. So I could adjust him. Ooh, I'm getting a little low here. Okay, I need to save myself. Yeah, I'm actually going to use Roost. Roost, buddy! Don't die! Uh-oh, Carter died. No, he's dead anyway. Yeah, he's dead. Doesn't really matter what I do at this point. Bloop. Yeah, Miraidon is definitely more raid ready than the Zapdos is. Miraidon's got all the good stuff. Did I want to catch this guy? No, I didn't. But I did need to pass Christian the Gengar. he wanted the Gengar, so let's make sure he gets that. Eh, bottle cap. That's good. Star pieces, a couple of those, PP up, and a nugget. I've found that when it comes to teaching them certain moves that alter attack and defense, I prefer to use stuff that I can put on the opponent, at least with Tera raids, because you're leaving. Okay, bye Carter. Thanks for him. Bye. Like as I say, I prefer to use stuff like Screech and like Metal Sound that I can put on the Tera Pokemon that we're facing, because they generally don't reset that. Whereas stuff like Nasty Plot and Sword Dance does get reset, especially by 5 and 6 stars. It resets them all the time. Yeah, but the Screech and the Fake Tears, it stays on. All right, let's see. We were doing a trade. That's right. There's the code 174552. And while I'm waiting for that, in case you all haven't joined our Discord, yes, we do have Discord. Had it for, gosh, we've had this thing for like 7 years now. No other removes those two? What? I don't understand what you're saying. Pikachu. A female Pikachu. No, I found that when it nullifies stat changes, it does not take those off. That was a question that I had for a long time. But when it says nullifies effects on it, that it doesn't actually reset. But they can. But certain individual Pokemon may be able to reverse it. Like sometimes they'll use, what is it, Clear Smog? Clear Smog does it. It resets all the stats. So something like that, yeah, you're gonna have a problem. But in most cases, unless they have a move like a Clear Smog, it's not gonna do it. They're gonna stay on there. Where's that Talonflame? There he is. Did you want the Talonflame too? Get to the Talonflame. Yeah, Torkoal has Clear Smog. There's a few that have Clear Smog. I'm pretty sure Revavroom learns... Yeah, Revavroom can learn Clear Smog. And it was tempting to have it, but then I thought, wait a minute, that's going to work against us too. Because it says it clears all stats to all Pokemon on the field. So that's why I was like, nah, no Clear Smog. So that's why I'd rather do other stuff, like the Fake Tears and stuff like that, yeah. Hey, are you sure you're going to trade him? I mean, I'll take him. It's fine. I just want to make sure you're okay with it. Post the Fighting Tera Slowking. Yeah, I think I've got one more raid in me, and then I'm gonna probably head out and go get some lunch. It's already, yeah, it's getting ready to be 2:30 here. I've been streaming for over 4 hours. There's another one that does the stat reset. I know there's Clear Smog and there's like, I think there's one other move. So, but I can't remember. Donald Duck. He really named him Donald Duck. Okay. I give mine goofy names occasionally too. Like my first Haze, thank you. Yeah, I knew there was another one. Well, Mist, I believe, prevents it It doesn't reset. Yeah, Mist prevents, it doesn't reset. Haze, I believe, resets. Yeah, that's why Mist is good to have, especially if you're running a support Pokemon, especially against something that's constantly, lowering your defense and stuff like that. Yeah, Mist usually want to go turn one if you can, if it's against one of those particular Pokemon. Oh, you have a shiny one too. Very nice. Okay, I'm ready for your code. Whenever you're ready for the whatchamacallit, 3H HC 40. I don't even know what I'm getting into here. What is this? I guess we're gonna figure it out. Oh, that's right. You said the Slowking. I'm an idiot. Okay. So fighting Slowking. Let me see. He does psychic moves and water moves. I guess I could just bring Gardevoir. Oh, that's right. I could bring the Zacian. Zacian has play. Oh, Mewtwo. I could bring Mewtwo. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play Mewtwo today. Let me get my Mewtwo in there. If I can find him. He should be over here. There he is. There we go. So we got the Brothers Grunt. Mew and Mewtwo. Look at that hacked Zacian. He doesn't even have his sword on him. You didn't put the sword on him? You gotta put the sword on him. Look at that. Here we go. Mist. Yeah, you gotta throw his little sword on him, man. The rusted sword. Yeah, because he looks different when he has the sword on him. And he does more damage. It doesn't show it. Yes, it does. It does. Are you sure? Mine does. Yeah, whenever I've used mine, it shows the form. That's weird. Is it because he's hacked? I think it's because he's hacked. Yeah, I've seen people come in with their Zacians and they've had it. That's weird. Ooh, that hit kind of hard. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do a cheer instead. Because it looks like a few of us could use a heal. Yeah, unfortunately, that Kowtow Cleave is not going to hit him very hard. I don't think. Uh-oh. We have a death. Yeah, Slowking and Slowbro are surprisingly strong. I never saw any Zacian change form in Terra. Well, see, he doesn't change form. He comes in with that form. At least that's how I've seen it when I've seen him in my raids. Remove negative effects. At this point, I'm just trying to support Rob. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna heal and just hopefully let him just do as much damage as possible. Although, wow, I did not realize how low my health was. Okay, well, we're doing another cheer. That heal's not that great. I might die here. This is not looking good. Yeah, he's gonna kill me. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, now I'm dead. Never mind. Really? Frost, why did you attack me? Somebody attacked me. Christian, did you attack me? Yeah, somebody hit me with another move and killed me. Or not. What happened here? What is going on? That was weird. I'm gonna have to replay that here. That was weird. I have no idea what just happened. Hold on, I'm coming in. Yeah, because I got hit with Surf, and I was down to like 11 health. I didn't die, but then something else immediately hit me with Psychic. So I was like, what just happened? And the only other one that I know that may have Psychic is gonna be Mew. So it's like, what just happened? Oh man, that stinks. Yeah, someone killed me there. That was weird. Who hit me? Christian's like, oh crap, I think I hit him with it. That's what I was about to say. Mew's like, you're the second one, get out of here. You don't deserve it. Makes me think of the movie where Mew is totally trash talking Mewtwo. Mew's like, suck it, buddy. You can't deal with this. We can try again if you want. I'm willing to go one more time. I'm gonna bring... Hold on. I don't want to bring Mew, though, because I didn't realize how hard he would get hit. That Surf is hitting hard, so I may actually want to counter that. Give me a second here. Let me type in Slowbro to the calculator here. Or, I'm sorry, Slow King. Let's see. Slow King, 6-star. And he was flying, right? No, he was fighting. Fighting. Okay, there we go. Oh, yes, Storm Drain, possibly. Oh, no, best counter is Storm Drain. Oh. Water Absorb, good as gold. Flash Fire. So he has Surf, Psyshock, Trick Room, Flamethrower, Light Screen, Rain Dance, and Calm Mind. Yeah, one of you hit me with Psychic. Somebody hit me with Psychic. Roaring Moon, it says, is a good counter. Palkia is also a good counter. I'd have to check my Palkia, though. I don't think my Palkia has Play Rough on it. Greninja, it says, is also good. Hydreigon, and Slowking. I'm going to check my Palkia real quick. Yeah, I'm going to check Palkia. Where are you, Palkia? I think he is over here. Right? There we go. Paprika. Let's see. Special Rend, Liquidation, Earth Power, Chilling Water. Okay, yeah, this set is not that good. Let me see. Does he have Ancient Power Secure? Well, why would he recommend that? Because it's a fighting type. Oh, probably because of Aura Sphere, isn't it? Hold on. Let me check something here. Let's see. Fighting doesn't like Fairy, Psychic, or Flying. Well, no, not Aura Sphere. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to see what he can learn. Scary Face, Water Pulse, Aerial Bulldoze, Fling Dragon, Avalanche, Sunny, Rain, Snowscape, Brick Break, Shadow, Wonderful Dragon Claw. Trick. Hyper Voice. Yeah, it doesn't look like... well, he has Trick Room, but... yeah, he doesn't really have anything great. Yeah, there's really nothing here that is going to hurt this guy all that much. I wonder why it's recommending... I think it's only recommending Palkia just because it's a good counter. Yeah, Palkia probably lives really easily against this guy. That's probably why he's in there. But as far as his attacks, nothing really great. At least nothing great in this fight. Let me see. It recommended some other stuff too. Let me check. Yeah, Roaring Moon, it says, is a good counter. Greninja, Hydreigon, Slowking, Volcanion, which I don't have. Oh, Walking Wake. What's with Walking Wake? I know he's like over here somewhere. I don't remember where I put my Walking Wake. I don't use him very much. I'm very tempted to take in Gardevoir, but because she's got actually really good defense and attack or special attack, but Glade would be good because of Psycho Cut. That's true. Well, if that's the thing, if we're going to be running stuff like Psycho Cut, then we're going to also want to bring somebody with Screech. Glade has low defense. Yeah, he may die pretty quick. Where the heck is my Walking Wake? I know I have one. Well, there's my Roaring Moon. My Roaring Moon's defense is not that good, though. Yeah, my defense is a little low. 170. Oh, why is his speed so high? His speed does not need to be that high. What do we got here? Crunch, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, and U-Turn. Sunny Day, Lockjaw, Break and Swipe, Roost, Throat Chop, Flamethrower, Zen Headbutt. Let's see, Scary Face, Incinerate, Leer, Focus Energy. I guess Zen Headbutt would be what it's asking me to do. What's my attack? 414. Holy crap. Okay. So the Zen Headbutt, if I can get it to land, is going to hit the crap out of this guy, but my defense stinks. I know what I can do. Here, I'll actually just solve the problem right here. I'm going to have him unlearn some of his speed, because 414, what was it, 4 something for speed is just insane. So let's give you a few berries. I believe they're tomato berries. There you go, for speed. Okay. Yeah, his speed does not need to be that high. I'll give you that. 10 of those. Okay. And then I can give him some vitamins. Some iron. If I can get his defense above 200, probably be okay. There we go. Dragon Dance, yeah. Alright, let me check his stats now. 203. That's actually respectable. Okay, and he's still at 312 speed. That's still really good. I could actually take more speed out. Because I doubt that Slowking is any faster than that. But 203 should be respectable. Okay, so what were we going to do for attacks? Let me get the Zen Headbutt. Let's see, we'll take out Dragon Claw. Let me see what stuff he can learn using TMs. Scary Face, Thunder, Facade, Body Slam, Sleep. Taunt isn't terrible. Iron Head. Well, there's Dragon Dance. Header Pump, Hurricane. Man, I was hoping he could use or learn something a little better than these. Metal Claw, no. Yeah, that's the only Psychic type move that he knows. That is unfortunate. Okay, so let's make some more adjustments here. Alright, I'll throw in Dragon Dance, just for the heck of it. I think I'm also going to throw in Leer. Leer isn't the greatest move in this case, but it lowers the oh, that's right. I think Leer does both defenses, doesn't it? So it's actually not terrible. We'll throw Leer in there. It's better than whatever else I have here. Yeah, Earthquake isn't really going to do much to this guy, so we'll take out Earthquake. We'll put in Leer. And then at that point, I'll just start Zen Headbutting. Let me see, what... Oh, he doesn't... Does he not have a held item? I don't think my little guy has a held item. I could do the old school Shell Bell, but what is that one item? What is it? The glasses that helps you hit more. It gives you better accuracy. I forget what it's called. I have almost all the items. I just don't remember what it's called. Here we go. Wise glasses. Is this it? No. Boost the power of special moves. No, that's not it. I knew it was some pair of glasses or something like that. Or magnifying glass. I forget what it is. Amulet. Darn it. Okay. Wide scope. Oh, that actually doesn't ring a bell. Maybe that's one I don't have. If I don't have that, then I may just go ahead and go with the Shell Bell. And that's all stones and stuff. Okay. Darn. Okay, I don't have that. Well, I could actually let him hold the plate. And Mind Plate. And boost the power of holder's psychic type moves. I mean, I could do that. Can't hurt. Yeah, we'll just get him in there. 351 health, he should be okay. Alright. So that's what I'm taking, since I don't have the scope on me right now. If you're ready, Christian, then if you want to share the whatchamacallit again. This is as prepared as I'm gonna get. Booster energy booster your attack stat. Well, that's what the plate's doing. Because I'm only going to be using Zen Headbutt. That's all I'm going to be using. Well, besides my Leer and stuff, yeah. I'm going to start with Leer. And then I'll start doing Zen Headbutt. Yeah, I'm only planning for this raid. I'm not planning for additional ones. After this, it's like, okay, whatever. Okay, here we go. So we got another code. X5. I do wish this interface in this game wasn't as clunky as it is. It could be better. Alright, so X5. RV CP. Okay. Where's he? Oh, that's right. I put him on the team. Oh, come on. Just let me select him. There we go. All right. So like I said, I'm going to start with Leer. I'll do 2 Leers, and then I'll go ahead and start whacking him with the Zen Headbutt. See how that works out. So on turn 3, if you have Helping Hands or something like that, I guess that would be the time to use it. And plus, Leer helps all of us. So, hopefully that works out. That actually works because with that combo, between my Leer and your Screeches, it'll be at -6. So that's actually perfect. Look at all those wagons. I forgot he uses Trick Room. That's gonna throw us for a weird thing. That's fine. Well, at least his water move is not hitting me very hard. Oh, look at that move from Frost. With all those defensive lowerings, that really helped, huh? Okay, here we go. Now we're gonna Zen Headbutt this dude. Yeah, 2 Screeches and 2 Leers will get you some big hits. Oh, that didn't help for... Wow, that did not hit him very hard at all. That's surprising. How did that not hit him that hard? Frost, you gotta heal yourself, buddy. Yeah, my Zen Headbutt is not hitting him nearly as hard as I thought it would. With 414 attack stat? And as much as we've lowered his defense and it's only hitting him that hard? That seems weird. Yeah, if my Zen Headbutt's not hitting that hard, I think I may just start... Let me see. Well, even if I Tera in the dark. Let me see. With the Helping Hands, does this help? A little bit. Start giving your Helping Hands to Frost. Because he was hitting harder. So yeah, give it to Frost, and I'll start doing heals and stuff. I'll start doing boosts and heals. Let's see. Okay, we're good on heals. I'm gonna do a boost here. Oh, that stinks. Oh, somebody did a cheer heal. Okay. Well, I'm doing another boost heal. Or not a boost heal, but a boost. Attack boost. There we go. Now you're hitting him pretty hard. I think what's also throwing me off is he keeps doing Trick Room. So it keeps messing with the stats everywhere. Alright, last cheer. I'm doing a heal cheer. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep Frost alive. No, don't die! How could you not heal yourself? Oh, come on, Frost. You gotta know when to heal yourself too, man. You cannot let yourself die when you've already Terra'd. Even if it means, not attacking one move and just doing a heal, you gotta do it, man. I think we're gonna pull this one out, but yeah. We're barely gonna escape here. There we go. That was close. That was a little closer than I think it should have been. But it also stinks that, because like I said, I can't believe that it didn't hit that hard. I don't know. Did anybody want this thing? I don't think anybody did. Okay, so we'll get rid of it. Come on, give me an herba. Nope, no herb. Pearls, PP up, and tacos. Yay, we did it! Still a little disappointed that thing didn't hit nearly as hard as I hoped it would. Remember, GG does not mean good game, it means gay to you. Really, it does. It means giga to goo. Everybody's like, what's he talking about? What's giga to goo? Well, I think I'm done. I've been streaming for, wow, 4 hours and 37 minutes. Thanks for joining, guys. It was fun. Did a lot of raids, got a lot of Mystica. Got a few bottle caps. If you've not joined the Discord, I'll link it one more time, if I can. There we go. There's the Discord. I'm in Discord pretty much every day. Plus, there's a whole bunch of other people in there that play Pokemon. They play either the card game or they play these games. We also got Magic people in there. We've got Yu-Gi-Oh people in there. And, of course, all these other games and stuff you can play. So, thanks for hanging out. It was fun. I will see you all next week when we do the Tera raids for the Chestnut, the Great Tusk, and the Iron Treads. Bye! Have some music.